companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Heading down the shore? Looking for that perfect place for dinner and cocktails? Then you have to visit Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood. Mulligan's is the perfect neighborhood bar with great food, drink specials, live entertainment, and reasonable prices. Stop into Mulligan's and be greeted by their friendly staff who will list out all the weekly and daily food and cocktail specials. Mulligan Shore Bar is at 310 Hildreth Avenue, just off Rio Grande in Wildwood. Check them out on Facebook. Mulligan's Shore Bar and Grill.
Your new kitchen appliances look stunning.
Thanks. We had a blast shopping for them at National Appliance Warehouse. There's over 100 brands in their huge showroom. The best part was knowing everything was at the best price.
You must have done a ton of research.
Oh, we didn't need to. They use a cutting-edge technology called Price Assure. It searches prices online and updates electronic Price Assure tags in real time to make sure theirs is the lowest.
Lower than the big box stores.
Especially them, with much better service, too. And they do it all. Delivery, installation, everything.
National Appliance Warehouse in Wilmington.
Yes, they may not be the closest, but they'll make your wallet the happiest.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on LG. Get a deluxe stainless steel kitchen suite with French door refrigerator from LG, regularly $43.43 for only $21.99.88 after rebate. That's a budget saving $2,143.12. An incredible package. Preview the savings at nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their easily accessible showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
More than 80 million Americans depend on AM radio each month for news, weather, and emergency information. A new bill in Congress would make sure AM radio remains in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to support the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This wasn't how Patrick pictured himself in retirement. Instead of playing golf every day, he could barely walk because of his severe knee pain.
It hampered everything because it hurt to walk around the golf course. It hurt to swing, just pretty much hurt doing anything.
But the groundbreaking regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics changed everything for Patrick. QC Kinetics uses your body's own healing properties to help repair and restore damaged tissue in your knees, hips, back, and shoulders. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime.
The turnaround's been amazing from where I was to where I am now. I've gone from a 15 handicap down to a 7 handicap. That's because my knees allow me to play golf like I haven't been able to play probably in 15 years.
Don't let joint pain keep you from doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Don't take shots just to lose weight. NJ Diet's typical results are twice as fast without any of the side effects. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, the natural way. Go to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, August 16th. It is indeed Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. We are on Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Daniel Valdez, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. On a midweek edition, Tony Bruno will join us as he does usually every other Wednesday. but he's making back-to-back appearances.
Back-to-back.
Back-to-back Bruno. Just the Facts, Jack. He's going to join us at 8:20. Dawn, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing on this rainy hump day?
I know. Schuylkill was kind of flooded in certain spots.
Yeah.
A little dicey on the way in.
I thought it was supposed to be nice today.
I know.
Well, it's going to be nice later.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Does that count?
Yeah.
So as soon as Kayal and Company ends, the clouds will disappear, and it'll be beautiful in the city of Philadelphia once again. It's typically the way it works. Stalker.
We're here today, 6:03. We're ready to go. Let's go. Let's do this.
You sense the sarcasm, Don?
I do.
I think he's ready to kill somebody.
I'm not. No, I'm good. I'm in a great mood this morning.
Oh, beautiful.
I am.
I like
I'm good.
that.
I'm good.
All right.
Yeah.
We got a lot of good things to get to this morning. The rise of Ramaswamy as Vivek will be in the big take. Donald Trump stuff from the latest explanation from Fulton County to Jonathan Turley to the Dersh to the Trumpster himself and what he claims he will reveal coming up on Monday. Also, all sorts of good stuff. Ron DeSantis offering his official statement on Georgia. Christie has actually surpassed Ron DeSantis in a few spots.
What?
So you could argue, the way you want to kind of position it, that DeSantis could be number 4 right now, which is weird because he was number 2, and then Vivek passed him for a moment, and then Christie has passed him, and everyone's like, I can't believe you bailed on your boy. Hey, America's bailing on my boy.
It's almost like on this program, we said that there might be a lane for Chris Christie.
Yes, it's almost like we're ahead of the curve with everything. And Dawn yesterday brilliantly saying that Trump did not create the MAGA movement. He reacted to it.
Answered it, I think.
Answered the call.
Yeah.
How about that?
Well, in Philadelphia, we like things like, the answer.
That's correct. We just don't like practice.
Practice.
Oh, boy.
Practice.
The YouTube chat are already trying to ruin my good mood.
What happened?
No. They just want to. They just want to try it. They just want to try and ruin my good mood. It's fine.
Executive order coming down.
Oh, no.
I do not. If I can't be on Stalker, or excuse me, well, I'm not on Stalker. If I can't be on Twitter, so says Stalker. Kayal says Stalker can't be on YouTube.
Uh-oh.
I do not want him looking at this stinking YouTube chat.
Okay.
All right. I'm just kidding.
No, yeah,
we need the instant feedback.
Yeah,
that's what we'll take it.
I'm only reading. It's the same reason I read Twitter. I literally don't read Twitter. I mean, I glance at it sometimes, but I literally don't read Twitter any other time of the day. It's just during the show because I want the feedback.
Exactly right. We've got some responses from Hawaii. They're not happy with Joe. Crime and lawlessness in California, both in Los Angeles and San Francisco. And then also a couple of interesting stories where sports and politics intersect. A very good story on Sage Steele leaving ESPN after her First Amendment battle with the 4-letter network about the COVID vaccine. So we'll get to that this morning. But before all of that, let's get the news. It is 6:06, and standing by is the great Dawn Stenzel.
And good morning. This Wednesday morning, August 16th, 72 degrees and rainy. Beware as you head out, grab an umbrella, and get ready because we do have some accidents on area roadways. I know 95, 76 West coming out of the city. A lot of accidents and backups. So heads up on that one with the rain. I'll tell you when the rain will clear. There was chaos at KOP Mall last night. Police in Montgomery County responding after they say a gunshot was fired in the King of Prussia Plaza last night. So police saying that the shot was fired just before 7:30 p.m. That was outside the lower food court. I'm hearing it was near the sushi stand.
Oh, of course. They were out of avocados.
Right? It was not Five Guys. It was not, So I know this food court well because I'm teenagers. They want the junk food, the Popeyes, whatever.
Yep.
But yeah, it was right by that. If you know the sushi area, it's not within the court. It's more, it's out toward the shops. So a lot of people were there, and we're hearing about panic, people freaking out over that. Nobody was injured as far as the shoppers. So there was a video of the incident showing people in the mall just running out of the area, going into lockdown. Police did lock down some of the stores or told them to shelter in place. So you had a lot of, especially teenagers, moms, saying, oh my goodness, I was scared. We've never had this. So it turns out Upper Merion police saying the initial call came in with an active shooter threat. It turns out it's a guy who had a handgun in his pocket and it went off. That's what they're saying.
Put the safety on, you stooge.
Well, what are you doing in your pants or your pocket and your gun accidentally goes off?
This reminds me of the story probably 10, 15 years ago where the receiver for the New York Giants, Plaxico Burress, was in a strip club.
That's right.
And his gun went off in his sweatpants.
Yep.
He shot himself in the leg and he had to go to jail.
Yep.
But see, so he was in a strip club, and so, I mean, guns just don't go off by themselves. You kind of got to, I would think, play with them or something.
Right.
So in any event.
Is that a gun in your pocket, Ace?
I know, right? There are lots. We can make a little jest about it because nobody was shot.
Yes.
There were two guys walking together. The one with the gun in the pocket. They took off. They ran off. so they have him on video surveillance. They'll catch him. But thankfully, it was panicky. But the initial report of, oh no, shelter in place, it sounded like something else. If you heard about that last night, that's not what this was.
You're trying to get a nice California roll at the King of Prussia Mall, and then somebody's revolver goes off in their waistband. Unbelievable.
The answer is go all the way to the end and have the Popeyes.
I would agree.
You know?
Yes, Louisiana Fest.
So good. Making us hungry this morning. So remember yesterday when we told you about a police-involved shooting that was under investigation. And so, as is standard, Philadelphia police officials investigating that one and looking at the officer's body cam. This was a guy they tried to pull him over after he was driving erratically, according to police, refused to pull over, was evading police, going the wrong way down a one-way street, etc. Finally, the guy pulled over. The report was that the guy got out of the car and had a knife or a weapon and was lunging toward the officers. So now there is new information. And the information is the guy who was fatally shot by one of the officers never got out of the car. So we're expecting a news conference sometime this morning to learn more about the situation. So this happened about lunchtime, we're told, on Monday, and authorities are referring to the officers, not releasing their names, as Officers 1, his partner Officer A. So this is now a police-involved shooting. There are many questions surrounding it. Apparently, this man, English was not his first language, and family members are saying he did not speak much English or had language issues, as well had mental health issues.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what we're hearing. So yeah, we're waiting for more information. News conference later today. We're also getting some new information about the cause of that blast, that explosion at an Atlantic County home that killed 4 people earlier this month. This is Franklin Township. Police released just yesterday. The cause has been determined to be that it was due to the presence of explosive materials inside this home in Franklin Township in South Jersey. Gas utilities have been ruled out as having been a contributing factor in that blast.
Yeah, we saw also, I remember we were talking about the one in Allegheny County on Monday, because it happened over the weekend. That one was because of a hot water tank issue. Remember the video we saw over the weekend where the house just exploded out of the blue? Very scary.
Yeah, it is. So on all of these, we're expecting more information today. And of course, as Nick alluded to, there's a lot of news about Donald J. Trump, Mark Meadows, one of his co-defendants there. What are they saying and speaking out? We're hearing more about their defense in the Georgia case against them. A lot breaking, a lot developing. Let's get to our Philadelphia Phillies at Toronto. Phillies lose 2-1 in Toronto. We're the batters. We don't know. Batter. We got to get.
Yeah, they've hit the skids the last couple of days.
Lost three in a row, right? Or 3, yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there watching a little bit of the Braves and Yankees last night, and I'm watching Atlanta. I'm like, that's going to be a heck of a series if we get to face the Braves in the playoffs. Of course, it'll really matter whether or not it's a 5 or 7 game series, and if I know the difference. But, yeah, we won't try to make that same mistake this fall.
Oh, stop! Why do you bring it up?
I'm just
forget.
I'm just self-deprecating.
Don't bring it up. So Phillies tonight in Toronto, 7:07. Rob Thompson, he is a Canadian native. It's his 60th birthday. Happy birthday to you. So in Toronto. So no doubt he'll get a nice Canadian, I don't know, Canadian beer.
Have a Molson, eh? How about the Labatt's?
Philadelphia Union lost. This is Inter Miami, and Messi beat the Union 4-1, but it was great for everybody at Subaru Park. This is Chester, Delaware County, taking center stage nationally last night, internationally, really, for the match between our Philadelphia Union and the world-renowned soccer star Lionel Messi.
Have you ever been to that stadium?
Yeah,
with that setting, that's a beautiful place to be at on a gorgeous night.
It is a beautiful stadium. I mean, Chester, obviously, they've struggled, and there are more financial struggles there. We hear in the news all the time.
Yeah.
But I think this is a shining star for them.
Yep.
And especially for soccer and to be on the world stage there. You're right. It's gorgeous at night.
Yep.
Absolutely beautiful. What's not gorgeous this morning is the NBC 10 First Alert forecast. It is a messy forecast this morning.
I see what you did there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well,
So,
let me give you
sorry.
one.
I know. We are 72 degrees. It's rainy. It's ugly and kind of nasty outside. We clear out. So today we will clear out 80, where we're going to heat up to 87 degrees. This will tee us up for tomorrow, 85 degrees, lower humidity. They're saying no rain in tomorrow's forecast. So looking to be beautiful tomorrow for your Thursday and for this afternoon, especially if you like it hot. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14, it is a Wednesday morning. Let's get to a midweek big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The big take this morning, the rise of Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy was born on August 9th, 1985. He just turned 38 years old last Wednesday, and it was February 21st of 2023, approximately 6 months ago, that he officially announced that he was running for president of the United States of America. And be honest, on February 21st of 2022, exactly 1 year prior, did you even know who he was? I'm being 100% honest. I had no idea who he was. I did not know there was a guy named Vivek Ramaswamy roaming the United States of America. Literally never heard of the guy. But I know who he is now, as do many of you. And in my opinion, this guy is legit. Vivek's ascension is worthy of a deep dive and a discussion because, in my view, nobody has seen their star take an upward trajectory more than his. When you look at the 2024 GOP primary field, every other contender was more well-known and accomplished than Vivek. Donald Trump, no explanation needed. But after indictment, his poll numbers keep growing. Ron DeSantis was viewed as the next big thing, the up-and-coming second-string quarterback. But it's clear what he is selling, the people haven't really bought. Christie flaps his gums, but his numbers really don't move unless it's going past DeSantis, which we'll get to later this hour. Mike Pence is the former VP. He loves his Constitution, and he'll be remembered for not pumping his own gas in a terrible commercial. Tim Scott would make a great VP choice, as would Nikki Haley, but they are supporting cast members. They are background dancers, and that's fine. It's a good spot for them. But think about those 6 people I just mentioned. Trump is still Trump, but it's thanks to indictments that his numbers have gone up. DeSantis stumbled out of the gate on Twitter Spaces. Scott and Haley have been flatlining since day one. Christie and Pence talk, but nobody listens other than lamestream media. And they are mainstream media darlings, which is interesting because they're Republicans, yet they're all over the ABCs and the CBSs of the world. But it's only Vivek that has shown development, his words, his actions, that has seen his stock shoot up. And yes, his poll numbers aren't great. I get that. But nobody other than Trump's really are. But what we've seen in a few select polls that Ramaswamy has either tied or passed Ron DeSantis for the second spot in a crowded GOP field battling for second place. And that's worth discussion. And we have a handful of reasons why I like the guy so much and the audio to support the claims. Now, when I hear Vivek speak, I'm not going to lie. I hear shades, and I've said this on the air before, I hear shades of Barack Obama. No, not for any of those reasons. But it's the way he delivers his speeches, the command that he has as an orator, the confidence, the conviction, and ultimately the charisma. The first reason why I like him so much is because he will not shout down the opposition. He will let them speak, give his rebuttal, and do so quite convincingly. He's not going to attempt to silence or censor or cancel you. Here is Vivek with a pansexual reporter who tries to get to him at the Iowa State Fair to talk about the LGBTQ plus community. Take a listen.
I was just wondering, what were your opinions on the LGBTQ plus community?
Well, I don't think it's one community.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, how could it be? Just mashed together an alphabet soup. Trans is fundamentally in tension with gay, if you ask me. But what's your opinion?
I'm personally pansexual, so I was just wondering what your views on same-sex couples were.
I don't have a negative view of same-sex couples, but I do have a negative view of a tyranny of the minority. So I think that in the name of protecting against a tyranny of the majority, and there are times in this country's history where we have had a tyranny of the majority, we have now, in the name of protecting against tyranny of the majority, created a new tyranny of the minority. And I think that that's wrong. I don't think that somebody who's religious should be forced to officiate a wedding that they disagree with. I don't think somebody who is a woman who's worked really hard for her achievements should be forced to compete against a biological man in a swim competition. I don't think that somebody who's a woman that respects her bodily autonomy and dignity should be forced to change clothes in a locker room with a man. That's not freedom, that's oppression.
How great is that? You can be courteous yet have conviction, and that exchange was exactly what this country is supposed to be about. Now, race is also a major topic because the left makes it their go-to all the time. Here is Ramaswamy pushing back on the claim that your race or sexuality will govern what you can achieve and what the real alternative message to the left should be. Take a listen.
You know, if one political camp might offer race and gender and sexuality and climate as a prescription for the void, I think where conservatives fall badly short is by simply being anti those things without actually offering an alternative vision of our own. And I am aiming certainly to do that in this campaign.
If you were going to replace race and gender and these kind of things, what would be your, qualities or things to focus on?
So let's do like a little face-off, right? Individual,
sure.
talk about race, gender, sexuality, climate. I pair them up against individual, family, nation, God. Okay? And I think that there's a substantive vision here. I think America happened to have been founded on the latter vision, not the former. So if I'm running for U.S. president, I think that already tilts the scales in favor of this vision because it so happens as a historical matter, America was grounded on, some people will contest this, but I think on that vision rather than the genetic and climate-based one.
Now, we all want to counter the left's agenda, but what is the message? Vivek just framed it right there. I would also add merit into the mix as well. And when it comes to Trump, Vivek has stood out above the rest of the pack as well. Monday evening, after Donald Trump was indicted in Georgia, Vivek posted this on Twitter. Quote, "Here we go again, another disastrous Trump indictment. It's downright pathetic that Fulton County publicly posted the indictment on its website even before the grand jury had finished convening. Since the 4 prosecutions against Trump are using novel and untested legal theories, it's fair game for him to do the same in defense. Immediately file a motion to dismiss for a constitutional due process violation for publicly issuing an indictment before the grand jury had actually signed one. He should make a strong argument on these grounds, and it would send a powerful message to the ever-expansive prosecutorial police state. As someone who's running for president against Trump, I would volunteer to write the amicus brief to the court myself. Prosecutors should not be deciding U.S. presidential elections. And if they're so overzealous that they commit constitutional violations, then the cases should be thrown out and they should be held accountable," end quote. That was Vivek's post on Twitter on Monday night. And Vivek would volunteer to write on behalf of Donald Trump. Talk about an endorsement right there. And for those who might be unaware, Vivek graduated from Yale Law School. And finally, and speaking of elections, what should the perfect election process be? How would Vivek fix the errors of our current system? He lays out his 4 ways to give Americans election integrity. Take a listen to this last clip.
Here's how we'll do it. Paper ballots. Single day voting on election day. People have work, they say. Fine, make election day a national holiday so everyone has an equal opportunity to do it. And government-issued ID to match the voter file. That's it. If we reach that achievement, you have my pledge, the people of this country have my pledge, that I will lead all Americans, including all Republicans, to move on to stop complaining about ballot fraud or election interference. We're done with it. I will keep that promise. I will say we're done with it. We will not be victims. We refuse to wallow in our own victimhood. But just fix the basics here. If it's really that much of a threat to our democracy, this should be a very practical solution to deliver. Paper ballots, single-day voting on Election Day, which I'm open to make a national holiday, and government-issued ID to match the voter file. With that, we're done. We move forward as a country. And the fact that that is controversial smokes out what's really going on here. And I think that it takes a candidate who is willing to actually engage, not in grievance, but on principle, to move this nation forward. And that's why I'm in the race.
I agree with Vivek on that plan, except for making Election Day a national holiday. If it matters to you, as I've said in the past, find a way to get out and vote. Doesn't take that long. Also, since we don't have single-day voting, Republicans need to take advantage of every method available that Democrats utilize. But overall, I love the plan. It's simple, and it would work. This is America. This is a smart nation. This is not a difficult process. Voting shouldn't be rocket science. Streamline it and figure it out. But Vivek has it figured out, and that's why I believe he is the most unexpected, pleasant surprise to date in the GOP primary. Could he be Trump's VP and not just a cabinet member? Is he a possible frontrunner 5 years from now? We will see, but there's no doubt Vivek Ramaswamy is a rising star, and he also sings Eminem, terribly, I may add. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On Twitter and Instagram, @1210WPHT. And, of course, on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and join the Kayal and Company comment community. We'll come back, get some reaction to that, and also the latest on Donald Trump as Trump speaks out about what his plan will be for Georgia. And also Alan Dershowitz, his thoughts on all four indictments and how all four cases will wrap before the 2024 election. That's still all on the way in the 6 o'clock hour. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Tony Piazza, Dan Piazza, Jamie, their courteous staff. They are a massive operation, but it's got a small feel to it. It's a family feel. They're going to take care of you. 17 brands, 35 locations. I am in now month number 4 of my Honda Ridgeline. Beautiful black edition 2023. Got a great lease offer. And if you're in the market for a truck, trust me, the Piazza Auto Group with the Honda dealership specifically and the Ridgeline model is absolutely worth taking a peek at. I got mine in Springfield. You could go to Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. They all have 0.9% APR financing, or you could get special rates if you're not in the market for a truck. The Honda Civic, the Accord, the CR-V, the Pilot, and more. The Piazza Auto Group, new or certified pre-owned. Check out their entire inventory online right now, piazzaautogroup.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Life can get hectic. It's time to retreat from the noise. Take a breath. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's oldest and largest Catholic retreat house, located on a stunning campus in Chester County. Surround yourself in God's beauty while you step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men and women's retreats, plus couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. For retreat information and schedules, go to malvernretreat.com. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired
tired to play catch, Grandpa?
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Chip Snapper's trying to figure it all out. Let's talk to him. Hello, Chip.
You can always tell the kids from Kensington on the beach in Wildwood. They build them sandcastles and then they board them up with popsicle sticks.
Hire Joe Conklin for corporate events.
We hired Joe for our sales meeting, and he was hilarious. He had everyone cracking up laughing.
Pick your next event up a notch. Hire comedian Joe Conklin. Go to joeconklin.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Former President Donald Trump is indicted for the fourth time. He and 18 of his allies facing RICO charges in Georgia for alleged election meddling. Hawaii works to identify those confirmed dead following the devastating Maui wildfires. And Russia unleashes a countrywide missile barrage on Ukraine.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I think the Phillies end their 3-game losing streak tonight, 7-7 in Toronto. I'm taking the Phillies plus a 1.5 for tonight's game. I don't think they're going to get swept in the 2-game series against Toronto. The baseball season is heading into the backstretch. Get in on the action with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with the Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get a no-sweat first bet of up to $1,000. That's up to $1,000 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg right now. I love the FanDuel app, so don't miss your chance to get a no-sweat first bet of up to $1,000 when you join FanDuel today. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up. Also, a Kyle Schwarber to hit a home run tonight is at plus 320. Bryce Harper at plus 470. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. FanDuel is the official partner of Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. 21 and over. Present PA. First online run money wager. Only $10 deposit required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Absolutely loaded Wednesday here on Kayal & Company, 6:30. Welcome back in. Nick, Don, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. Criticize us. Critique us. Say we're the greatest thing since sliced bread. It doesn't matter. Just have a take and spit it out. That's all we care about. Bruno coming up at 8:20. Loaded cut sheet at 7:45. A lot of the Trump stuff and the presidential stuff here in the 6 o'clock hour. We've got some lawlessness. We've got some Hawaii stuff, some mask stuff in hour 2 before we get to the cut sheet. Telling you what, man. Vivek, you've officially jumped Ron in my power rankings. Every time I watch that guy, and by the way, Cavuto tried to bait him into saying something yesterday to the effect of that Trump did something wrong in Georgia. Sometimes I think Cavuto should just stick to looking at how the market closes and
agreed,
sounding atrocious on the air in the meantime. But Vivek is one of these guys where I look at it and it really goes in line with the state of the GOP right now. And it's just so ironic that the left and the Democrats, they claim to be, well, we're diverse and we believe in equity and inclusion and we're youthful and we're Gen Z. And yeah, of course, they do have a lot of Gen Z buying their nonsense because when you're young, you're stupid and you fall for things. But you look at the Republican Party right now, and it's everything that the Democratic Party claims that they are. We've got Tim Scott, African-American man. We've got Nikki Haley, a female. We've got Vivek Ramaswamy, minority. On down the list, it's like if you just took, because the left loves their identity politics. If you just took their headshots, right, and you put them on the blue side of the screen to the left, you'd be like, oh, yeah, that's what I would expect. Democratic. Oh, wait, no, those are Republicans. So I think Vivek has really cut through. And again, I'm not saying that he's a threat to win this year. I don't even know that he would be a threat to win in 2028. But I do think you can say with conviction he should be on your radar and you should be paying attention to him because he's really smart. But I also don't get the sense that he's talking down to me. Sometimes Ivy League people and, the Harvard and Yale, Princeton elites, they talk down to you as you're lesser. Vivek comes off very polished and smart, but my head doesn't explode listening to him speak. He doesn't try to be the smartest guy in the room, but his message still hits home. So I know we were having some fun with, him in the Iowa thing and rapping again and the whole bit. But you know what? Maybe that resonates a little bit with the younger demo because if you want to get these 25 and 30-year-olds, you've got to speak their language, so to speak. And maybe that shows a side to him where it's like, okay, a younger person might be like, oh, that's not the old stodgy, stale, get off my lawn guy, right? That's Vivek Ramaswamy. So that's why I wanted to bring Vivek into the big take this morning. And the way he's handled some of these questions. Like the way he handled that pansexual reporter, he gave his thought, then he put it back in her court. He let her speak, and then he told her what he thought. And, that's what I love. That's what the left tries to silence, Dawn. They don't want to hear your opinion. They just want to shout you down. He does the complete opposite.
Yeah, I love that he has the conversation. We know this when he was here in Philadelphia. The crowds, people come up to him. He can handle anybody, and that's what we talk about all the time. Somebody who's authentic. He's just. And by the way, Vivek went to Harvard and had a biology degree for his undergrad. Went to Yale Law School, but when you hear him and you see him, he doesn't come off as, like you're saying, elite or I'm better than you. And Trump, for his part, went to an Ivy League school here at Penn. So it does depend on somebody's personality that you don't think of them as, oh, I'm on an ivory tower. I'm from, Harvard or whatever. But I think, I love his life story, too. Went to public school up until he went to a Catholic high school, got a scholarship, valedictorian. I mean, he just has a great life story.
I love how you said personality, too, because he has that where DeSantis doesn't.
Yeah,
could you imagine Ron DeSantis trying to sing an Eminem song?
Oh man,
it's seriously.
Yeah, the more DeSantis gets out on the campaign trail and does, interviews and stuff, the more I'm just like, oh boy,
he's nuts and bolts.
He's very awkward.
Yes,
very awkward.
He's like when I used to do sports radio, there were two types of sports radio hosts. There was the personalities and the entertainers, and then the guys that just talk sports. And both were in demand, and both there was a market for both. Ron DeSantis is the guy, he just talks sports. He's not entertaining. Yeah. You don't want to have a beer with him. You don't want to hang out with him. He's a nuts and bolts guy.
Is that what the non-MAGA crowd is looking for, though?
It's a great question. It's a great question. Do you want policy? Do you want personality?
I don't know.
Obviously, I think in a perfect world, you want both. And I think you get that with Trump. You get the bombastic and you get the successful stuff that he put in place. Ron is policy. And, Vivek's never really been in office to show. So that's the thing working against him is so far, he doesn't have the skins on the wall, so to speak, in the political spectrum.
Well, he doesn't. I mean, so he's built companies, and you could say that's like Trump. But for DeSantis, I was scanning through, he was on with, I think, Laura Ingraham last night. And you know how they do the tease. They'll go and coming up next, Nick Kayal. And then normally you might give a thumbs up, right? There's DeSantis looking pale. He looks thinner by the minute, and he kind of does this smile for some consultant tells you. You talked about this before.
They need you to grin into the camera for the next 6 seconds.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Just be authentic, and I think that's a piece of it. DeSantis was a governor, very popular, in charge, handled reporters who were asking stupid questions. All of a sudden, he gets on this national stage, and we've talked about this. He listens to consultants or whatever, and he's not himself. So he comes off as inauthentic.
Yep. It's sweet. Whatever you did that was working in Florida, I don't think you needed to change it, so to speak, with these consultants and have this image makeover for the bigger stage. It's like if you are a TV host or a radio host and you were successful in Market 31 and then you applied for a job in Market 5, why would you change what worked? Like, because the audience, whether it's voters or listeners or viewers, they know who's authentic. They can spot a fake out a mile away. And if you've been successful being yourself, if it's not broke, why would you fix it?
Oh, well said.
You know? You don't have to, you don't outsmart yourself just because the stakes are bigger. Just be you. Now, I don't know if that being him is enough when you're up against Trump. And maybe that's kind of the thing. It's like, hey, you've had these people in his ear. Like if you're going to try to cut through against Trump and break through, we got to repackage you somehow. You know what it is, Greg? It's like the writers in WWF, like trying to rebrand a wrestler where the first gimmick didn't work. And they try to send him back out as a new act. And
sometimes it works.
Sometimes it works.
But this time it doesn't seem to be.
Yeah.
Also, guys, it's early. Come on. Let's not, write anybody's epitaph yet.
So no eulogy for DeSantis. Yeah. Got it.
Well, you said it was like wrestling. I would say it's like that Pink song.
Oh, boy.
You get famous. They want you to lose weight. You're not pretty enough. And they want you to change everything you are.
Yeah. Pink's a
Greg is like.
Pink's a Philly girl, right?
She is.
She's like Jill. Said nobody married her.
My wife's a Philly girl.
Thank you, Joe.
Pink is married with
Is she
kids.
married?
Yeah, she's a mom.
Oh, I didn't know that. I've been out of that kind of field for a while. I don't keep up with that stuff. That's a bad job out of me. 855-839-1210 is the number. Let's get to some Trump stuff. So first of all, I saw this tweet from Jonathan Turley yesterday. The Georgia clerk's office is now out with an account of the posting. And so they kind of, I don't know, I wouldn't say they doubled down, but as they tried to correct and handle their PR mess, they made it worse as they were talking about the posting of the Trump charges before the decision of the grand jury, saying that it was doing a trial run on the posting of the indictment and mistakenly released the entry. That would be like, if we at this station had to write like a blog or a column each week for our website, and we had our draft edited, and we're getting ready to send it to Stalker in an email for him to post it, and then all of a sudden something changes or something breaks, and it was posted prematurely. Like, I don't understand. I'm not sure I even believe this excuse. The first one was, well, it was a fictitious posting, and now they're admitting that, no, the first posting essentially was real. We shot the gun too quickly, so to speak. And they just look so awful in this.
But wasn't the issue that it was released before
the vote?
Yeah.
Or even the witnesses.
Yes.
They were still deliberating, so to
They
speak.
were still deliberating. The grand jury hadn't even heard all the witnesses yet.
Oh, my God.
So there's something up here.
Yes, of course. And of course, that's why when people sit there and say they've got it in for Trump and it's all part of a coordinated, like, these are the things where it's like, yeah, if you're trying to dismiss it, I don't know how you can dismiss it. If you're trying to defend it, it becomes even more difficult to defend. And if you're on the Trump side, you're like, see, told you. Just another checkbox of vindication for those that are saying this is a political prosecution and a persecution going after the guy who really, if you think about it, in some regards, does a lot of the same stuff that the career hacks do, but he's the only one that gets hacked at to the point where they try to end his political existence. So I thought that was interesting. And then, of course, you have his post on Truth yesterday. Trump going to Truth Social and saying the following: a large, complex, detailed, but irrefutable report on the presidential election fraud, which took place in Georgia, is almost complete, and it will be presented by me at a major news conference at 11 a.m. on Monday. That's this upcoming Monday, coming out of the weekend of next week in Bedminster, New Jersey. Based on the results of this, in all capital letters, conclusive report, all charges should be dropped against me and others. There will be a complete, in capital letters, exoneration. They never went after those that rigged the election. They only went after those that fought to find the riggers, in all capital letters. That's Trump on Truth yesterday.
Could we go live from Bedminster? We could have it live.
Only if I'm able to play golf before he goes live from their course. I want to tee off at 6 o'clock, me and Don, and then we'll handle the press conference at 11.
Excuse me, Don and I.
Don and I. I just want to see that swing in person. But, I mean, this is interesting.
If you wear your sunscreen.
Yes, especially on the nose, which I'm starting to peel, by the way. Take me off camera.
I'm going to bring my aloe vera plant for you.
Yes, I need that. So this is Tuesday, so he's teasing us 6 days out. I'm assuming he's got, they're doing their digging, they're crafting everything. They probably won't release it early on a website too soon like Atlanta and Fulton County does. But I will be very interested in how much of this is bluster and how much of this is concrete evidence to contradict what the other side is saying, because this truly is unprecedented. And we know that they have tried in other cases and other indictments to kind of squash his First Amendment right, what he can say, what he can't say, what he can reveal, what he can't reveal. It'll be interesting to see if anything here sticks and also what the reaction to the courts will be with what he says. I'm wondering what it could be. And I'll be honest, I'll be objective about it. If it's just lip service, then it's, no different than some of his videos. If he actually has conclusive, irrefutable, concrete, exoneration-worthy type stuff, or even somewhere in between, it'll be fascinating to break down.
Well, if he does, why are we just releasing it now?
Right.
Well, he's saying that his team of attorneys and investigators have some report. He said it was a report that will be concluded by then, his own report.
I've got to imagine.
I don't know what that entails.
I've got to imagine it's more than just him getting up there and having like a row. Although the left might try to portray it to be that post 11 o'clock when he talks, but I've got to imagine that his legal team is going through certain things that he can talk about or can't, and then also you're going to have to provide some sort of facts, whether it's a visual, whether it's audio. It can't just be, I don't want to say hearsay, but stuff that you can't verify. I mean, because some people will gobble it up and believe it. Others will completely dismiss it. But odds are it might be somewhere in between. And it's like, okay, well, how do you truly validate what you're talking about? Because, yes, while in the criminal court system, the burden's on the prosecution to prove that he did X, Y, and Z beyond a reasonable doubt. Trump doesn't have to prove his innocence. He just has to portray enough information to create reasonable doubt within the minds of those jurors and ultimately, on a separate level, the American people and the American public. So I think that'll be interesting to see the way that plays out.
You're saying it's a 100-page report that's supposed to be done.
That's very interesting. I mean, especially if you release it online and people can, print it and comb through it and read it like an indictment. It's almost like he's on the other side of the desk right now from a court side, and he's like, okay, here's my charges against you for what I claim that you did to cost me an election, which is going to make it very fascinating. But I think a lot of people are at the point, yes, there's exhaustion, yes, there's fatigue, but also people's heads might be spinning right now. The New York Post actually has a very good breakdown of everything that's kind of hanging over Trump's head and keeping track of all of the indictments. So you now have a total of 91 charges in 4 different criminal cases. So Mar-a-Lago has 40 felony counts. It's got 11,000 documents that they claim Trump took with him back to his palace, and it carries up to 20 years in prison. Those are, I think, the numbers you need to know for the classified documents case. 20 years in jail, 40 felony counts, 11,000 documents. Stormy Daniels, the hush money case, the biggest joke of them all, from the 2016 campaign. He paid her $130,000. He's set to appear in court for that case on January the 4th. The election bid, the 2020 and January 6th stuff from Washington, D.C., that is number 3. And then on number 4, the most recent one, the Georgia 2020 election probe. It's Trump as well as 18 other individuals, and that one has 13 counts. And that's just the criminal stuff, folks. We're not even factoring in the civil cases. You've got the New York civil case with Letitia James, the AG from the state of New York. She's seeking a $250 million fine and a ban of Trump doing business in the state of New York. And, of course, we've talked about the E. Jean Carroll defamation case and the sexual abuse case from the 90s. Carroll was awarded $5 million in damages. So those are kind of all the nuts and bolts, all the numbers that you need to know. But the question is, how quickly will all of these come to a close? The Dersh will tell us on the other side, Alan Dershowitz, on how quickly these will be wrapped up as we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour of Kayal and Company coming up next.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital.
Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's a shame I've got to live without you anymore. There's a fire in my heart, a pounding in my brains, driving me crazy. We don't need to talk about it anymore.
Kayal and Company, baby, 6:51 Wednesday morning. The rain's stopping, the sun will rise, and we will continue to do what we do Monday through Friday from 6 to 10. Tony Bruno coming up at 8:20 this morning, less than an hour away from the cut sheet. Also, Ron DeSantis' response to Trump and the Georgia indictment. And also, you know, I know it's only a small soundbite, but if I'm DeSantis, now that I'm looking up at Ramaswamy and perhaps Christie, I would stop commenting on Donald Trump and figure out my own situation. Because he's dropping like a lead balloon. My goodness. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. So I think a lot of us want to know, when you look at all these cases, you look at all these indictments with Donald Trump, what the impact is moving forward. You know, jail. When will the trials be wrapped up? How does it impact his ability to go out on the campaign trail? Well, if it's not Jonathan Turley, you might want to listen to Alan Dershowitz. And let's take a listen to the famed attorney who you hear from time to time on Zioli's show. Of course, he was on the O.J. Simpson Dream Team, and he is about as bright as it gets from a legal standpoint. And here is his thoughts on the election and how those trials for Trump will be impactful and what timeline we're looking at with wrapping all of this up.
There'll be some convictions. I think the strategy is to get bad convictions, but to get them fast in New York, in Florida, in Washington, and in Fulton County. Then they'll be reversed on appeal, but they'll be reversed on appeal after the election. That's why everybody's rushing to get these cases tried. We now know that they want it tried within 6 months in Georgia. They want a trial in January in Washington, D.C. They want a trial in May in Florida. New York has been willing to put it off, but they're going to get on the bandwagon too. Everybody who is going after Trump, the whole get Trump approach is to get him before the election, convict him before the election. Then he wins on appeal. All right, that's tomorrow's news.
You know, it's very interesting when you think about this. There are two fields of expertise or commerce or practice that I never would characterize as fast or speedy or quick. It's never quick when you go to the doctor, right? You always sit in the waiting room. You're always in the lobby. And then the nurse brings you back, checks your vitals. And then you sit in the stinking room for another 27 minutes. Before the guy comes in, spends 8 minutes with you. You pay a $50 copay. And then the next thing you know, you just wasted half your day. So medicine never moves quick. And the legal field and the court process never moves quick. Unless you're Donald Trump, unless you are the weaponized DOJ, unless you're the left and you're Democrats, then it's like, you know what? Let's just zip through this like Lance Armstrong on the Tour de France riding a bike. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. So it'll be interesting. I think that what Dershowitz says there, and basically what he's saying is, yeah, we can afford to take on a little bit of water here. You could, pierce us, in the leg with a bullet or hit us in the shin, but we can't have any bad convictions. We can't have any real bad guilty stuff. And then, oh, by the way, we're going to appeal it. The election process will play out, and then you potentially win on appeal anyway. That sounds pretty sound strategy to me. I kind of like that blueprint if you can achieve it and pull it off.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, it's just like you've got so many charges. Like I just said, 91 of them in 4 different cases. Forget
how many lawyers.
Well, you said yesterday, what's his out-of-pocket legal fees over $40 million or $100 million?
I heard $100 million was the number that was, and I apologize. Somebody that used to work in the Trump administration was on one of the shows, and I heard her say that. So I apologize. I can't think of the source. I said it before. But in any event, that's incredible to me. But think about it as you're saying, with Trump, he's one of 19 in this, right? In this latest. So 18 other people, they have to coordinate with all those attorneys. I mean, now we have Mark Meadows' attorney saying this should be in federal court. He's trying to so then you have 4 cases across the country. Just you need like a court to hire coordinators.
Yes. Well, that's why Dershowitz saying that it's all going to happen before the election. Fonnie Willis saying she wants it tried in 6 months. In the next 6 months. How could the trial? It's impossible. Like 18, you're going to get 18. Like that's 18 different lawyers. That's 18 opening statements
and 1 judge.
It's almost impossible to do. It's almost impossible to do.
When this judge concludes this case in Fulton County, that judge is going to deserve a 6-week vacation. Go to the Virgin Islands and just disappear.
Yeah, I don't see how this. They want to fast track the Jack Smith thing. I just don't see how this Georgia case gets. There's going to be appeals. There's going to be all kinds of stuff. Each lawyer for each defendant. It's
motion.
But there's not even each lawyer, Greg. I think they each have multiple teams of lawyers.
Yeah.
So, my God, I mean, so think about that with 19 defendants, if you include Trump in that, let's say they have a team of 5 lawyers plus the assist, you're looking at like 100 people just on that one case, right?
Yep.
And then that's just one, and then Trump's teams for the other. Wow, it's you need like an air traffic controller or something.
Yeah.
Think about Greg trying to organize all of us for an event. It's like.
I mean, and this is one of these things too, and this is a basic thing. But when you're an attorney, I mean, you can file a motion for anything.
Yeah.
Not just a motion to dismiss this or that. Motion to scratch my toe, and you can literally type it up, and it's a motion, and this is why you say I need to scratch my toe.
Exactly.
So it just totally like derails everything.
Yeah.
And it becomes a paper trail, and your head wants to explode.
I just don't see how they get this done in 6 months.
No.
Or the next 6 months.
Or wrap it up by Super Tuesday, which was the claim that they wanted
for the Jack Smith
thing.
The Jack Smith is just him, so that they could fast track that and make it quick because it's just him.
Yeah.
This Georgia thing is 18 other people.
Yes. This is the messiest of all of them, I think.
Yeah.
This is messier than Mar-a-Lago for sure, even though they have claims of 11,000 documents. Think about how many documents you're going to have with 18 different legal teams.
Yeah.
A lot of trees are going to be killed. So 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Ron DeSantis reacts to Trump and Georgia, but he should be reacting to Christie passing him in the polls. Details next.
You're invited to a private showing of the most important movie you'll see in retirement. The Baby Boomer Dilemma is a groundbreaking documentary from award-winning director Doug Orchard. Throughout the film, Nobel Prize winners, PhDs, and esteemed economists expose the cracks in the financial industry that have 401ks, IRAs, Social Security, and other retirement plans on the brink of collapse. After the movie, you'll receive an education that's unlike any other. Learn how to apply the solutions presented by these experts, which align with and validate our proprietary crash-proof retirement system, proven by over 5,000 consumers. Register for this complimentary screening at the William Penn Inn on September 12th and let Crash Proof Retirement provide you the crucial information you need to avoid the baby boomer dilemma that's on the horizon. Registration is required. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Looking for a new Ford? Winter Ford has the vehicle for you. Choose from our large selection of new F-150s, Explorers, Escapes, and Bronco Sports today. Winter Ford also takes care of you after the sale. Stop in their service department with no appointment necessary. Call 800-428-4000 for offer details. Visit in person or online at winterford.com. Winter Ford, people you trust, service and value you'll love.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Just a reminder, as I've been doing for years, about batteries plus bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield. My buddy Roy, this guy had the vision of old-fashioned customer service married with technology to build custom battery packs, smartphone repairs, game console repairs. Give him a call. Anything in the technology field, you'll get old-fashioned customer service and great technical skill. Call him at 856-638-0778. Batteries plus bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield stores.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Does your knee pain keep getting worse? How about that pain in your shoulder or hip or your back? Don't let them tell you steroids and surgery are your only option. Take my advice now. Call QC Kinetics. Dawn Stansland here. You know, QC Kinetics can make that pain go away with all-natural, advanced, regenerative medicine. And they're helping people here in the Philadelphia region every single day with these amazing natural treatments which restore and repair damaged joint tissue. It's like turning back the clock. Regenerative medicine uses concentrated healing agents from your own body, which stimulate that damaged tissue in your joints so they can work like they're supposed to. Zero downtime. How about that? This is a remarkable option. You need to check it out, and the consultation's free. Just call QC Kinetics now. 215-999-3000. Would you just call QC Kinetics? Call them today. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in. Kayal and Company, Hour 2 underway here on this Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Nick Kayal, Don Stenzel, and Greg Stocker. Daniel Valdez, Anthony Dorenzo. Cut sheet at 7:45. We will see what is on it in just about 45 minutes. Tony Bruno at 8:20. I'm guessing Bruno will jump into the YouTube chat a little bit before his appearance.
I'm surprised he hasn't already. Usually he's up and early and ready to jump in and talk to everybody on YouTube. By the way, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button if you're watching right now. Please hit the like button.
Yeah. Are you happy with where we're trending in the likes?
I don't have the chat up, so I can't see it.
All right, good. Stay away from it.
But please hit the like button.
Yes. 855-839-1210. DeSantis' response when it comes to Trump in Georgia, and a response from Chris Christie. Look, we've made a lot of jokes about Chris Christie on this show, but I think I'm very, very fair and objective when we have to be serious, and I got to give him a little bit of credit, so we will do that coming up here in just a couple of minutes. But before all of that, let's get the news for round number 2, 7:03 on this Wednesday, and for that, we go to the great Dawn Stenzel.
And good morning this Wednesday morning, August the 16th. We're in 73 degrees right now, rainy, dreary morning with multiple accidents on some major highways. Just a heads up on that one. If you're heading out, I'll tell you when the rain will clear. We are sponsored this morning by Discover Lancaster. So the search is on for these two guys who are accused of causing a lot of chaos at KOP Mall last night. People running for their lives, fearing after police were called in here in the suburbs of King of Prussia as they heard that there was some kind of an active shooter. That's not at the end of the day what was going on, but in those beginning moments, that caused a lot of panic and fear at KOP Mall. We're hearing from police now that, in fact, it was a guy with two guys walking. One had a pistol in his pocket. It went off suddenly. He may have been injured. We don't know because those two guys ran off. But police were called in. They were telling shop owners and shoppers who were running and screaming, shelter in place, that sort of thing. None of the shoppers injured, but a few moments of panic.
This is why I don't go to malls. This is why, like, the only time I leave my apartment is for the golf course or the liquor store, damn it. It's like King of Prussia Mall of all places.
I know.
Really?
I you know what? I don't remember back within the past, maybe a couple years, 5 years, we hear more and more about carjackings and crime at KOP. I don't remember hearing about it.
You had the story post Thanksgiving around the holidays with the was it a carjacking or the car that just drove into, I forget what exactly it was.
Yeah, it was. They had around the holiday season. They did have multiple carjackings, attempted carjackings. They do have that lovely service where they do have the option that somebody will take your car for you, which is a nice option if you're concerned about it.
Right.
But it's a great mall. It's one of the biggest malls in the country, other than Mall of America in Minnesota.
That's correct.
I don't know. I love that mall, so I hate to hear these things happening, and certainly for folks who had those heart-pounding moments. So if you were there last night or you heard about it, it's not what they thought, and this dingbat had a gun in his pocket. So how that goes off by itself, I have no idea.
I know.
Let's talk about the other stories of the day. We're awaiting a morning news conference about this Philadelphia police officer involved shooting that we've been talking about. Started on Monday. Originally, we heard that it was a guy who was evading police, driving the wrong way on a one-way street, then finally stops. Originally, we heard he got out of his car, threatened officers with a knife. Now that story, that report is changing, so we don't know if that was a miscommunication, what's going on here. We do know they were wearing body cameras, so we're expecting an update here. But the family of that man who was shot and killed speaking out, saying that English is his second language. He did not speak or understand English to a great extent.
Convenient.
We don't know if he is a non-citizen. So a lot of questions.
And we don't have a name of the victim, correct?
We do. I had reported yesterday, but it's not officially.
Right.
This is not. So I did report it yesterday. But that was according to family. So when I don't get the name officially.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on here. A lot of moving parts. It's under investigation, and that's why they're being transparent about it.
Okay.
So they did have body cam, and they were rolling. So that's good.
Good.
And new information about the cause of that explosion. We've talked a lot about some explosions, home explosions in the area. This one, Atlantic County, where 4 people were killed earlier this month. Franklin Township Police say, in fact, this was not some kind of a gas utility situation gone wrong. That's not what this was. There was a presence of explosive materials, and that now is taking in the form of a new investigation. But it wasn't a gas situation or a water heater, as Nick had talked about earlier. The death toll from the devastating Maui fire reaching 106. Just a devastating, heart-wrenching situation there. Crews using cadaver dogs, scouring about 1/3 of the area. And we're learning new information as they release the identities of these victims and believe that as many as 1,000 people are missing. So they're expecting this death toll to continue to rise.
Before we get to the cut sheet this morning, I do have a story about Maui Democrats not happy with the response so far from the Biden administration. So we'll get to that as we continue.
So that one you can expect the follow-up. And as well, a lot of Trump news we've talked about with that stunning indictment from, the news from Georgia with the latest counts. And then Mark Meadows, former chief of staff, obviously, for Trump during the 2020 election. He is now, his attorney is moving to try to transfer Meadows' Georgia state prosecution to federal court with the goal of having the charges against him dismissed. We haven't heard from the other defendants necessarily, such as Giuliani. But Nick has talked a lot, if you missed it, about Trump and updating that as well. Nick had a great take this morning about Vivek Ramaswamy and handling hecklers and others. So we're talking about a lot of information this morning. Coming up, we will have an update on the story of The Blind Side, the patriarch of the family, of the Toohey family, speaking out as far as that Michael Orr case and the dad speaking out, giving his side of the story. We talked about that yesterday.
It's a huge story. It was all over all the networks yesterday. I mean, Fox and also the mainstream as well.
It's just, you feel sad because it was one of those feel-good movies that had a great outcome. So I'm sorry to see this happening.
My God, I have two new reactions to that, by the way. Number one, I think Michael Orr is now officially out of money. He probably burned through his NFL contract. And number two, if you claim you didn't get money for the movie, I believe the movie was created right around the time he was graduating college or coming out of Ole Miss and getting drafted. So he had an agent. He had representation. You probably then you took a bad deal, or you should have had better representation that made sure that you were compensated more or compensated at all for your role based on your true story, or whether it's slightly fabricated. Now he's claiming he was never adopted by the family.
It sounds like he's. The dad is coming out and Mr. Toohey's coming out and saying, hey, everybody, it was transparent. Everybody got paid equally. We did not profit. I think a piece of it is, I guess he just learned about this conservatorship that we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe as a teenager, he didn't understand.
He should have consulted Britney Spears.
It's sad.
Yeah.
Because the parents, the adoptive parents, are saying, we love him. And he's part of our family. So how do you handle that very public nature of your family now? Everybody's trying this in the public court of opinion, right?
Yep. I might watch that movie again when I get home today.
Oh,
yeah, it's good. It's actually a good movie.
I think it's a wonderful movie. Sandra Bullock is fabulous in it. I think one of the exceptions he took was not the family's fault. Remember when she's like, "Here's the blind side."
Yeah.
And he goes, I knew football.
She teaches him about protecting the quarterback. She's like, you see the quarterback, you protect him. I'm the quarterback, you would protect me. And remember when she goes out on the field and all the players are watching?
Her little self and her little sunglasses.
You've never walked out there with your kid like that and took over the huddle, did you?
I would never do that.
I could totally see you doing that.
I know. I would never do that. Never, ever, ever. And he says it didn't happen. That was one of the exceptions he took. He's like, I knew. By the time I was 16, I knew football.
I could see Larry yelling from the sideline, and then Dawn's like, you know what, I got this, Larry. And you go out right in the middle of the field, in the middle of the game.
No, they yell. Nowadays, as parents, they're all over us if we're, because me, like, hey, ref.
Yeah.
They're blah, 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 and they're like, shh.
Yeah.
Zip it, Mom.
Exactly.
Well, here's the thing. Discover Lancaster sponsors our news this morning. Discover more of Lancaster this week. Head to Lancaster County, enjoy the fresh air, and learn about the Amish culture. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com and plan your getaway. So the all-important forecast, and of course the AC Air Show getting away mid-morning this morning. So we will have clearing skies, beautiful clearing skies, warming up today, 87 degrees. This morning's rain tees us up, especially starting for tomorrow, this evening and tomorrow. Lower humidity, mid-80s for your tomorrow. But today, clear skies if you're heading to see the AC Air Show. Gotta love it. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:12 on this Wednesday morning. So it's getting worse for Ron DeSantis as Christie has vaulted ahead of DeSantis in New Hampshire. A new poll out of Emerson College in New Hampshire still shows that former President Donald Trump has a commanding big lead in the first in the nation GOP primary, but there's a stunning change to the second spot in the poll as former New Jersey Governor Christie has overtaken Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. While the competition remains not even close, Trump maintains a wide 40-point lead as the frontrunner with the support of 49% of the Republican primary voters in New Hampshire. It's still very notable that not only has Christie jumped ahead of DeSantis, who is now polling in the single digits, Christie still has a long way to go to catch Trump as he had just edged out DeSantis at 9%. But as I mentioned in the big take this morning, there's been some polls where Vivek has passed Ron DeSantis. Now you have Christie passing Ron DeSantis. And again, yes, it's the middle of August. We're still 14, 15 months out from all of this. And like you understand, you take the polls with a grain of salt. But I've been, critical of Christie, his approach. He wants to say that he's the guy that can run straight through Trump and punch Trump in the mouth. And you don't dance around with the bully. You go straight towards the bully. That hasn't worked. But his approach is actually, I guess you could say, technically working amongst 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in the primary. Some of this, I would say, you got to give Christie credit. Some of this is DeSantis is he's just a dud at this point. There's no other way to put it. It's like you buy a pack of fireworks, right? And you get ready to light them off, and then you light the fuse on one, and it just never really goes, it never goes up. Like, that's DeSantis right now.
The 360 that this show has done on DeSantis is unbelievable. Or I guess it would be 180.
Yes.
But it is unbelievable.
It's
to me.
But you know what? Like, my sour, and look, this doesn't mean that I would not vote for him in 2028. It does not mean I'm just taking, look, if you don't, and anybody can think the way I don't tell people how to think in this lifetime. I just tell you what I think. If you get new information, like if you're all about like a product, like, I mean, that's like, I love the BlackBerry. The BlackBerry's a great phone. And then after all these years go by, you start to see its shortcomings, and then along comes the Galaxy, and then along comes the iPhone. If you want to die on that mountain and stay with the BlackBerry, knock yourself out. But when I see a ship that's sinking, I'm not going down with the Titanic. I'm out.
It's so early. We don't know he's the Titanic yet. Come on, guys.
He's taking on an iceberg.
Look, I'm not sitting here waving the DeSantis flag. Trust me, far from it. But like the turn that this show has done is just you can't help but call it out.
Absolutely. I mean, and it's like I don't personally dislike the guy all of a sudden. I still think he would make a fantastic president. I still think his policy is great. Ultimately, honestly, me personally, I don't care that he's boring and he's lacking charm. Like, that really doesn't bother me, like, to my core. But it's undeniable that it's impacting the way the rest of the country views the guy. Like, we all live in this bubble of like consuming this stuff on a daily basis. But for the average person living in, Missouri, that, I heard some stuff about DeSantis. Let me get a closer look. And then you get the closer look and you're like, that's what all the hype's about?
Cyber Egg on the YouTube chat says, no way Beach Ball Christie is gaining in the polls. First of all, we're talking about second place here. Like, it's a far second place. Yes. So, let's not get ahead of our skis or whatever that phrase is.
Right.
But we've said all along on the show that there is a lane for Christie, not to become president, but there is a lane, there's a voting block that Christie appeals to.
Yeah.
And he's right now doing it better than anybody else is doing it. So, yeah, of course he's coming up in the polls.
This is a New Hampshire. These are new. It's a New Hampshire poll.
Sure.
It's not a USA poll.
Yep, totally get it. But if you're looking at all of the potential options, and actually let's save this for the other side. We'll have this conversation on the other side as to why he is making a little bit of a move. But I think it's kind of tied into why he's so welcomed on mainstream media television as well. We'll do that on the other side, and you'll also hear from DeSantis on Trump and Georgia. 855-839-1210 if you want to climb in. Kayal and Company as we continue on Talk Radio 1210.
So many listeners are enjoying beautiful, easy-to-maintain homes thanks to Rhino Shield, and you can too. Dom Giordano here with my good friend, the local owner of Rhino Shield. John, take it away.
John from Rhino Shield here, reminding you that when it comes to painting your home, there is a better way. We all know that traditional paint just doesn't last, and that's why painters only offer a 1-year guarantee. But Rhino Shield is different. Our elastomeric ceramic house paint is warranted for 25 years, so you'll never paint again. Don't spend your money on regular paint that just doesn't last. Invest instead in a product that will protect your home and look beautiful for years to come. Let Rhino Shield show you how you can be done with frequent painting. Call us today at 484-406-5111 for a free consultation. Or find us online at www.myrhinoshield.com.
It's college season, and parents have a lot to consider.
You can say that again.
You got 6 college visits,
2 down,
18 care packages.
I know my baby.
Then there's Parents' Weekend.
Just one?
Speaking of, when you get a Citizen student loan with multi-year approval, all you need is one easy application. Learn more at citizensbank.com/one and done. Citizens, made ready.
Hi, I'm Mark Luca, president of Aqua Pennsylvania. Aqua wants to help you avoid costly and unsafe sewer backups. Don't flush disinfectant or other hygiene wipes down the toilet. Even flushable wipes can cause backups in household plumbing and larger blockages in wastewater collection systems. Dispose of all wipes in the trash instead. Also, don't flush tissues, napkins, or paper towels, which can also contribute to clogs in pipes. Aqua Pennsylvania, an Essential Utilities company.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Parks Casino. Joe Conklin hosts national comedians every other Thursday. It's Joe Conklin's Comedy Night at Parks. Show dates and tickets. Go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The PBP, Voices of Baseball, is a podcast about the art and craft of play-by-play, and we're in the middle of an amazing season. Catch up on episodes with Joe Buck, Joe Davis, Pat Hughes, and more, and learn along with me, Matt Spiegel, how the job is done.
It's not just home run Bryce Harper in the Phillies lead. To really do it justice, you got to widen the lens. What does this home run mean?
The PBP, Voices of Baseball. I bring you the people who bring you the game. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
How are you feeling? Does your knee pain, is it getting worse? How about that pain in your shoulder, your aching hip, maybe your back? Don't let them tell you steroids and surgery are your only option. Not anymore. Just take my advice. Call QC Kinetics. Would you call them today? Yeah, QC Kinetics can make that pain go away with all natural, advanced, regenerative medicine. And they are helping people here in the Philadelphia region every single day with amazing natural treatments, which restore and repair damaged joint tissue. It is literally, it's like turning the clock back, okay? Regenerative medicine uses concentrated healing agents from your own body to stimulate that damaged tissue in your joints so that they work like they're supposed to, like they used to. Zero downtime here. How amazing is that? Zero downtime. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in this exciting medical breakthrough, and patients here are getting real, lasting, long-time relief and are saying no to surgery, no to the drugs. So if you're suffering in pain due to injury or maybe a little arthritis, this is a remarkable option for you. You need to check it out. The consultation's free. Just call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Call them, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 7:21, Wednesday morning. Cut sheet about 25 minutes out. Tony Bruno, an hour from now. 855-839-1210. Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. Just get us at 1210 WPHT. Ill Skills says on Twitter, in response to Greg, myself, Dawn, the show didn't take a turn. DeSantis did. The main thing everyone loved about him is that he was the cleaned up, neat Trump. So by turning his back on Trump, what is he now? Question mark. Yeah, I don't really, again, I've been consistent with, I don't think he turned his back on Trump. You got to do what you got to do personally, and you don't have to wait your turn. I don't buy that nonsense. That's like, oh, yeah, Nick, you shouldn't become a host. You should stay a producer for 2 more years, even though you think you're ready because you don't want to be disloyal to Tony Bruno. Stop. Give me a break with that crap. But he was supposed to be, Trump light, the Diet Coke of Trump. And some of the policies the same, some of the bravado. But the reality is he never actually cut through beyond policy. That's the thing. And it's not a turnoff for me, but it's undeniable. And I think a lot of people that maybe did not know much about the Florida governor, oh, yeah, I saw this headline about that DeSantis guy in Disney, and okay, yeah, he got reelected, and like maybe I should start paying. A lot of people are chirping about Ron DeSantis. Maybe he needs to be on my radar. And then I think once he got on people's radar, people were like, okay, I'm not buying what he or the rest of the DeSantis fan club are selling. And ultimately, whether you like it or not, I do think personality matters. And at the end of the day, that's part of the package, and that's a big missing ingredient to, I think, the product that is Ron DeSantis. But I want to mention with the Christie stuff here, and see if you guys agree with this. I think this is accurate. If you look at DeSantis and Trump, Pence, Scott, Haley, Ramaswamy, and Christie, we'll call those the top 7 choices. Chris Christie's the most moderate of that bunch. Does anybody on this show disagree with that? When you talk about moderate versus conservative on the Republican side in that scale, and we can debate who's the most conservative of them all, but that would be irrelevant for this conversation. Chris Christie, the most moderate of the bunch?
Well, yes. Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
Definitely. And that had to be voted in as governor of New Jersey.
And that, to me, I think answers why the 2 questions I posed before the break, why he gets the run he does on mainstream TV, because he's moderate, and also when you talk about maybe passing DeSantis, for the hardcore Trump supporter or the conservative out there that is not resident, or I may actually take that back, the moderate Republican out there that either likes Trump's policies but can't tolerate the BS, or is a non-Trumper or a never-Trumper, whatever you want to call them. I hate all these little factions, by the way. It just drives me insane. That's why I think Christie has surpassed DeSantis.
Agreed.
So I think those are the 2 reasons why Christie is where he is.
On a national stage, well, first of all, Christie only passed DeSantis with New Hampshire voters, and I think that's important to say.
Yep.
And I know we keep saying it, but sometimes we have to because somebody's just tuning in and they'll say, you guys haven't talked about
radio.
Like, yeah. But I would say this because DeSantis is not as well known on the national stage, even though to us, we've been following him and we know. To the average American, who is this Florida governor? They still don't know him. And I think Chris Christie, people know he's been on the national platform for a long time. I will also say for DeSantis, part of the reason that we have to start running for POTUS so early is we want to know, can you handle the job? Do you have the stamina? Remember Hillary Clinton? She was hacking and coughing. She was in the minivan. They had to let her rest. Remember that?
Yeah.
She didn't have the stamina.
Right.
She wasn't like Nick Kayal riding a bike for 65 miles.
Not like, Trump's 77 and overweight, but we never talk about his stamina.
No.
It's never an
because
issue.
he's like an Energizer bunny.
Yep.
He should have ridden in the bike right there with you.
He might have beat me, to be honest. He definitely would beat me on the golf course, that's for sure.
But, I mean, he does have that stamina. And Chris Christie, you don't see Chris Christie ever looking tired or weary. DeSantis, I don't know if it's the weight loss or that he feels defeated or what's going on, but when you see him, sometimes he's just not. He's a lower energy version of what he was as governor.
One correction: we have seen Christie tired and defeated. The picture of him on the plane.
Oh, that's right. Well, he was sleep. Yeah, maybe the power nap.
Maybe Valdez could pull up that image again when he's just passed out in the seat, taking up 2 spots.
Yeah, stamina and Chris Christie shouldn't be in the same.
They make pills for
I was talking about his energy. You don't. When Chris Christie is on, he knows how to turn it on.
Yeah.
And I think when you're on that national stage, you have to be on at all times. There are no down moments.
Right.
But I get, here's the one problem with Christie is that I get it. You're in the primary. You're fighting other GOP candidates. That's the whole process. That's the whole primary process. The problem is that Chris Christie, his whole platform seems to be attacking Donald Trump.
Yes.
There's no, at least DeSantis, and I have some cuts I'll pull, or that I pulled from Laura Ingraham last night, is that at least he's talking about substantive issues and substance.
Yeah.
And he'll take a shot at Trump here and there. But Christie's whole platform is taking shots at Trump.
That's the lane that he believes he has to be in to cut through and differentiate himself from the rest. And to your point with DeSantis, I don't think DeSantis would bring up Trump unless he's either asked directly about it from an interviewer or his campaign is saying, look, there's a lot of people that want you to speak on what they're doing to Trump because they believe the system will go after you the same way they've gone after him. And we've seen that to some extent. Now, DeSantis is not an outsider. He's a career politician. But make no mistake about it, once he launched his bid late winter, early spring, I mean, we were seeing all these Politico pieces, of course, the race systemic, the AP class in Florida. I mean, they went after his wife, Casey. So, trust me, the left, when they view you as viable, they're going to pull out the pitchforks, and they've come after DeSantis as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and you have to. That's just it. We saw the media used to destroy George W. Bush, and he would just ignore it. He would just ignore it and thought it was silly. And we've talked about this, that how Trump answered all of this.
Has Trump made it now that moving forward, every Republican has to answer it? You can't ignore it? Is this the strategy moving forward?
Yes,
that
definitely.
if you don't fight back,
That's
you will
right.
not get voted for?
I believe that. And so DeSantis needs to push back and stop with the little, here's where woke goes, his little slogans that he answers.
Florida is where woke goes to die.
That doesn't, and that's why I think it's not playing in New Hampshire, because people want to go beyond the slogans.
Yes.
I mean, you started out the morning with a wonderful big take playing Vivek Ramaswamy, who, yes, his book, his best-selling, New York Times best-selling book back in the day was Woke Inc. You don't hear him giving those silly slogans because they don't really resonate beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all DeSantis seems.
Yep.
And I think part of DeSantis's problem, he has been an effective governor. He's a policy guy, but I think that you have to be willing to engage in some of the conversations, even if you know that that's not really where you want to go for solutions.
Yep.
And I think DeSantis sometimes, to your point earlier, he doesn't want to get in that muck. And he's thinking, no, let's stick with the policy. And here's what we need to do to make change.
Yep.
Well, you got to punch back on some of the dopey mud that's being slung at you.
Effective governorships don't always equate to being a great presidential candidate. Greg Abbott is very good in Texas. He's not a president. Brian Kemp is very good in Georgia. I think he would have a better shot than Greg Abbott, but he doesn't scream presidential to me. It's like you could be a great newspaper columnist. Doesn't mean you're going to be able to be great on radio. Or radio doesn't mean you're going to be great on TV. I think people have to realize that sometimes. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet 15 minutes out. We'll hear from DeSantis after this on Kayal and Company.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are partnering again with our Costco members. Purchase a certified 2020, 21, or 22 XC40, XC60, or XC90 and receive an incredible additional discount up to $1,500 off. A discount added to the unbelievably already aggressive pricing at Cherry Hill Volvo. Join us for this special offer. Cherry Hill Volvo and Costco and you, perfect together.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
I love crab cakes. He loves crab cakes. She loves crab cakes. Captain Chucky's Crab Cake Company. We love crabcakes.com. Made fresh daily. Party trays, shrimp soups, desserts, and much more. Find out why everybody loves Captain Chucky's. We love crabcakes.com.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
Those stomach issues ruined your birthday.
You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa?
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
if these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Economics, finance, investment.
We're risk averse and we're looking for perfection.
Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Perro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
What's the full year total return going to look like?
The business news you need to start your day, and the names that shape the world's markets.
Richard Clarida, Federal Reserve Vice Chairman.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Television, the Bloomberg Business app, and Bloomberg.com.
Can I rip up the script here?
Check your local listings for the cable or satellite provider in your area.
Hi everyone, this is Stephanie Kelly from Emmons Roofing and Siding, and I have some exciting news to share. Emmons has partnered with SunPower, the top-rated home solar company in New Jersey. SunPower has been leading the solar industry for over 37 years and is the only U.S. solar company that's lasted longer than their 25-year warranty. Kill the bill. The energy bill, that is. Imagine no more high energy bills, while all the while helping reduce your carbon footprint at no cost to you. It's a win-win. Yes, we now offer solar, but remember, if you need a new roof, siding, doors, windows, or interior remodeling, don't wait. Right now, Emmons is offering all 1210 listeners 10% off roofing, siding, and Anderson windows. And we are continuing to offer 12-month same-as cash financing. And don't forget that lifetime warranty on your roof. Give us a call today for a free estimate at 856-885-6677, emmonsroofing.com. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, kitchens, baths, and solar. Trust Emmons to be your first and last stop for all your home improvement needs. emmonsroofing.com.
At QC Kinetics, we have story after story of patients freed from agonizing pain through amazing regenerative treatments. But this one, well, it's extra special.
My father, who is 70 years old, had both of his knees worn out. He went to an orthopedic surgeon who said, you need both of your knees operated on. We can book you for next week.
But Dr. Daniel Zuckerman, a QC Kinetics medical director, knew he had other options.
I had him come to QC Kinetics. We treated both of his knees using our protocols with regenerative medicine. Within a few months, he was back to walking. A few months later, he was at the gym exercising 3 times a week. He can keep up with our 3.5-year-old little girl.
No surgery, no complicated rehab or downtime.
It's completely life-changing for him.
You have options too. Before they whisk you away to surgery, slow down. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
7:36, Kayal and Company, as we continue live here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. Tony Bruno at 8:20. The cut sheet inside of 10 minutes from now. First GOP primary, 1 week from today. Next Wednesday on Fox.
Zero chance Trump's in it, right?
If I had to make a bet, I would say no. I think it's maybe a little bit better than 0%, but yeah, I'm going to say no. Which is going to be interesting.
I agree. I agree, but I would not be surprised if he appears somewhere and does his play-by-play commentary. I think that would be hysterical.
That's a great idea. Now, keep in mind, too, he's apparently going to have this press conference Monday at 11 a.m. for Bedminster and his irrefutable evidence about Georgia. But if he were to go live on some social platform on Wednesday as this is going on, I would just be like sitting there in like a reclining chair. I'd have the Diet Coke or the Coke or whatever he drinks, and I would just have him mic'd up, and I'd have him in a golf polo and his red MAGA hat, and it would be like a Manning cast for Monday Night Football, except it would be the Trump cast.
That's a great idea.
And I would just have him just there, and he doesn't have to put on a show. Just his little comments here and there. And he'd be like, he can utter things, such as
DeSanctis,
like that. Like, people would gobble that up.
Yeah,
because he is a reality TV star. Make it like a reality TV show where he's just being himself in front of the camera, not wearing the suit, not with the backdrop of anything, like just down in his man cave or wherever he watches Fox News at 2 a.m. when he can't sleep, and just have him reacting to it. I think it would be an epic programming move by his team.
I don't know, because he doesn't do the basement man cave thing. That's just it. I feel like I see him at, holding an event at Bedminster, a live event with a live audience. They can boo when people talk about him and say bad things about him, because they are going to be asked about Trump and they're going to talk about Trump. So he could hold his own event and give the counter to say they're talking about me, but here's my policy, here's what I do, blah blah blah. I just think he should do that, and that would be incredible.
You do it somewhere other than Bedminster. Bedminster's a little too stuffy for me.
Okay.
Why don't we do it like a live crowd at like a Waffle House or something, or like a Denny's? And he's sitting there ordering late. Like, people like to eat breakfast from time to time at dinner and have pancakes in the night. Imagine Trump just hanging out at the bar stool in like a little diner with a big crowd, the microphones and the cameras, and they're just having a good old time, mocking everybody up there, all battling for second place. It would be a good setting. I would like that. All right, 7:38. So let's focus in on DeSantis and Trump here for a moment. Cut sheet about 5 minutes out. So let's listen to Ron DeSantis. This was his reaction yesterday to the Trump indictment in Georgia, and as he was facing questions from the New Hampshire media. Take a listen to this.
So I haven't had a chance to read it all, but I will tell you is Atlanta has huge problems with crime right now. And there has been an approach to crime which has been less than exacting. I think there have been criminals that have let out that shouldn't have been let out. And so they're now doing an inordinate amount of resources to try to shoehorn this contest over the 2020 election into a RICO statute, which was really designed to be able to go after organized crime, not necessarily to go after political activity. And so I think it's an example of this criminalization of politics. I don't think that this is something that's good for the country. But I think a lot of Republican voters are looking at some of the things that have happened, whether it's the Department of Justice, whether it is some of the things that have happened local. And I think the question is, okay, what are we going to do about it? And I've already said, as president, we are going to end the weaponization of federal agencies like the DOJ and FBI. We'll have a new director. We will have new leadership in the DOJ. We're going to make sure that there's a single standard of justice in this country. Now, in terms of some of these local DAs, in Florida, we've actually suspended two, one in Tampa, one in Orlando, over the last year for failure to follow their duties and responsibilities. And as president, we will lean in against some of these local prosecutors if they are not following the law, or if they are abandoning their duty to enforce the law evenly. So I think that I don't know how it's going to affect anything politically. For me, at the end of the day, it's about, let's get this country in a good direction. We need to have confidence in our justice system again, but before we get there, we need major accountability.
Oh, that was so boring.
I know.
Oh my God.
I know. I'd actually rather hear Rachel Maddow and Hillary Clinton yucking it up. No, in all seriousness, there's two things I liked and there's two things I did not like. The two things I don't like, I don't want to hear Ron DeSantis in the beginning saying I haven't had a chance to read it. I'm convinced Americans don't read anymore. That's number one. Number two, I don't care about the crime in Atlanta, Georgia. It's a legit issue. It's not relevant to this conversation. So those two things don't sit well with me. The fact that he does talk about the weaponized DOJ, I like, because it's true, it's valid. And oh, by the way, if you're going to be Trump, if you're going to be DeSantis or any other Republican that is a staunch conservative moving forward and you're going to fight back, get used to it because they're going to come after you as well. I think he's aware of it. He can't ignore that fact. So I like the fact that he brings that up. But then he's pivoting again to more of this general, like, this is where I think he has to be a little more convincing, specifically from an empathy standpoint from Trump. Even if he doesn't believe it, he's got to sell it. You have to sell it because that could very well be you in 2028 or in 2032 or 2026, whatever it might be. And I also think, this is where a lot of these guys and gals, they're in a tough spot because they know they could be treated just like Trump to some extent, although none of them are outsiders. But they're competing against the guy. So, I think that's where some people just forget that, hey, at the end of the day, they're on the same team, so to speak, for the party, but they're competing. This is a battle. This is a war. Ramaswamy's not going to say it. He wants to kick Trump's butt. He's never going to say it, and he can't beat him anyway, so it'd be pointless to say it. But this is their livelihood. These people want to be the president of the United States. So yeah, some of them have to have Trump's back. Some of them legitimately mean it. Others, it's window dressing. But this is a competition here. This is a competition. This is in many aspects of radio, when you're on a station with a bunch of people, you're all on a team, but you want to have the best show.
I love this. I love you. I love the competitive nature of this.
People don't understand that. They're competing against each other.
That's
yes,
right.
It's us against them. It's Republicans against Dems. But God, it's not like they're turning their back on the starting quarterback in the huddle, and Trump will be the starting quarterback. I got it.
Yeah.
But I just think some people sometimes they're never satisfied with any response to anything, which is great, which is why I love this industry. But my God Almighty.
I did love his analysis as an attorney. He has a law degree.
Yeah.
So I did love his analysis about RICO.
Correct.
Right?
Because you're always thinking of mobs and racketeering and money laundering, right?
Yeah.
When you hear the word RICO.
And that's the surprising part, that they're trying to use RICO to do this. I just think there's so much there. He said he didn't read it. I wish he had said he just had perused it, but it is 98 pages.
Yeah.
But I think DeSantis does come up with some good points, some good legal points.
Yeah.
But they have to go through that,
Right.
and they're going to fight every single point.
Yes. And that's in his wheelhouse, right? I mean, much like Ramaswamy, they're both attorneys. A lot of these politicians have a law background. But now here comes all the tweets. Hasn't Been Sober says, "What did the slogan just say? Sorry, I fell asleep." Richard Notaro says, when Ron DeSantis says the indictments of Donald Trump are a criminalization of politics, but aren't all politicians criminals? Very interesting point.
Yes.
Some would argue that.
They are.
But Hasn't Been Sober is spot on. That's like the DeSantis soundbite. It's not RFK cringeworthy. It's not. There was another one that we were playing for a while that was also putting people into a coma. But I mean, there's an element. You know what it is? I think DeSantis needs to learn voice inflection and how to have the ebbs and flows of conversation and stop talking at such a flatline, monotone level. You've got to put on a better presentation. And then right there, you talk about tiring and being fatigued. if you watched on YouTube, he's sitting there in like a boardroom, and he's got one earbud in, so he's obviously listening to whoever's telling him the question, and he just looks shy.
He's listening to Kayal and Company.
He must be.
There we go.
He's got the Odyssey app on his phone. And then,
by the way, if you haven't downloaded it, download it now.
That's correct. And this was after he had some
mustard
on his hot dog. See, he's got more juice here than he does when he's talking about the stuff that matters. See, I would like play that on loop for him. I need mustard from you. I need a little. What's the old adage? I need a little urine and vinegar. I don't want to say I don't want to say the P word.
Pee and vinegar.
Yeah, I need a little pee and vinegar out of you, Ron. Come on, let's go. Some of this is theater. Some of this is a presentation, pal. Come on, put on a show for us.
Well, you're right. I mean, and why does he go on and on and on with maybe 4 or 5 different points? Go strong with saying, look, as somebody who has a law degree, even though you don't need a law degree to look at this, why are they using something that they would have taken down the mafia or gangs or the cartel? You know, say it in a strong way. But he's kind of, he has that affect that he goes on and on and on. And
it's like he's going down through each indictment, each count one by one methodically. It's like, I don't need you to cover everything, dude. Just find something and believe it.
Yes.
And sell it.
Be careful, guys. We keep receipts, so just remember, if he's the nominee.
I got a whole shoebox full of receipts at home. It's unbelievable.
If he's the nominee, you're going to have to...
I'll be all aboard.
Yeah, we're giving free advice here.
That's right.
I'm just...
Free entertainment, free counseling. I'm a consultant. I got a lot of hats I wear.
See?
I should probably wear a hat lately these days. The bean's a little baked. All right, 747.
Sunscreen.
Yeah, I know. SPF 1000 I need right about now. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet, shall we?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the ever-important Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. If you're watching right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHD, youtube.com/@1210WPHD. Hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. We're 6 likes away from 100, so please hit the like button. Please, please, please. It helps us. It helps our egos, or maybe just mine, because neither of you look at these or watch these things.
No.
We hear a lot about banana republics, right? And weaponizing the DOJ, weaponizing the justice system.
Good sandals they have, too.
Well, do you guys remember in 2019 when Trump was president, the media thought that the DOJ was weaponized?
Oh, they did?
Oh, yeah. And how things have changed when it's a Democrat president. So we keep receipts, obviously.
Yeah.
Actually, our buddies at Gravy do. This is a montage of the media from 2019 and 2020 attacking Trump for using the DOJ to investigate his rivals. Banana Republic! Cut 2.
Now that he's got the right attorney general in position to do it, we now know they really have been trying to gin up criminal prosecutions and criminal investigations into the president's perceived enemies, politically motivated persecution, right? Courtesy of Bill Barr. I'll roll in the FBI on you. That's how banana republics work, right?
Uh-oh.
The home of the 45th president of the United States has been raided by the FBI.
Mr. Trump is using the Justice Department to go after his perceived enemies. I feel worried about the prospect of the Justice Department being used as a tool of this president or any. In our little banana republic, any capable prosecutor can get a grand jury to hand down an indictment of something as innocent as a ham sandwich.
An indictment was unsealed. Charging Donald J. Trump.
News on former President Trump. He's been indicted for the 4th time in 5 months.
Bill Barr, on the president's behalf, is weaponizing the Justice Department to go after the president's enemies. When you win an election, you don't seek to just prosecute the losing side.
The president using the Justice Department as a weapon to get what he wants.
Department of Justice is totally politicized.
Sticking the Department of Justice on political opponents, threatening to imprison his political rival. Banana Republic style.
Trying to exact revenge against all of his enemies. Tin pot dictator in a banana republic.
Is acting more like a banana republic dictator.
He's using government resources to go after his political opponent.
Essentially, we are a banana republic. That we are seeking to have a bogus and criminal investigation into a political opponent.
And that's using the Department of Justice to also target Trump's political opponent for nefarious reasons. This is a massive abuse of power and a betrayal of our values.
The President of the United States is targeting a family member of a political opponent. This is the type of thing that happens in a banana republic.
And trying to take out a political rival in Joe Biden.
Criminally investigating an American political rival, someone the president is worried about losing to in the next election.
To investigate my principal opponent or a principal opponent in the upcoming election. Houston, we have a problem.
You know, I'm not sure who owns as a company Banana Republic, the clothing store and sandal store, but it's either really good advertising for them or really bad. But either way, it's amazing how when you just go back and listen to everything the left says, I mean, they're the biggest hypocrites of all time. And it really doesn't matter whether it's a weaponized DOJ making claims of stolen elections. When a Republican does it or if Trump does it, it's World War V. If the left does it, it's just forgotten about. It's okay. You're allowed to do it. It just matters if you have a D or an R in front of your name.
It's just funny, too, but it doesn't matter who's in power. The volleyball just gets volleyed back and forth. And
it's unbelievable.
It's you know, I just can't. You know, everybody's mocking the weaponization of the DOJ talking point now.
I know.
But they were using it just a couple of years ago.
They make it so easy for us.
Exactly.
In the era of everything being documented, tracked, recorded, and fact-checked, the internet with video and screenshots, everything lives forever.
It's true.
Like, you can't run from it.
It's true.
And then when you shove it back in their face, it's like, climate change.
Speaking of montages, I like this one, too. This is another media montage that Hunter Biden is being treated worse than Trump from the media members. This is cut one.
Congress needs to stop investigating a private citizen and stop this fishing expedition to try to link President Biden to Hunter Biden's conduct.
Hunter Biden's being subjected here to a level of not only scrutiny but accountability that most mere mortals would not.
Hunter Biden, he could be a terrible guy. I don't know, never met him, is being treated worse than anyone else would be.
This is the son of the president. He's not the candidate.
That's
He's
right,
not a
Joy.
political officer. Doesn't even begin to compare to classified documents and to the indictment here in D.C.
So, Joy Reid, I've never met Hunter Biden. He could be a good guy for all we know. How can you be treated worse than Trump when you don't cover the guy? I mean, seriously, how many times have we done the watchdog stories where Trump garnered 712 minutes of coverage and Hunter Biden garnered 6 minutes in a week? Yeah, how can you treat somebody bad when you ignore them? I guess ignoring somebody is a way to treat somebody. They don't cover the guy. He's only covered on Fox News and talk radio.
The Atlanta indictment came down the other night. We talked about it a lot yesterday. CNN and MSNBC decided to make it a race issue because, you know, Fonnie Willis is black.
Right.
This is Bakari Sellers on the Trump indictment, saying that Trump doesn't deal with black women very well. Cut 6.
Okay. Donald Trump doesn't deal with black women very well. I've mentioned that a few times over on the network. You know, he's had trouble with Yamiche. He's had trouble with our own Abby Phillip. And now he's going up against Fonnie. And I think that the way that she has postured herself and shown that she is not going to back down from him and shown that this isn't a partisan battle, this is a fight of right and wrong and accountability, is something that Donald Trump's probably not going to take very well.
So you give me 2 examples. You gave me 2 cases of people in the media that are African-American females. You gave me Abby Phillips and whoever he mentioned first. That doesn't resonate with me. It's always, in the history of low-hanging fruit, if you were to go to the tree in your yard where all the low-hanging fruit hang, I mean, you could be 2 feet 3 inches tall and be able to grab the low-hanging fruit hanging that is the race card. It is the most exhausted, played-out aspect of the playbook. And I actually think at this point now more than ever, that more people are onto it than ever before. It's still a factor with some people as to, you know, people that are clueless that will vote based on emotion. You know, there's that poll out there from the Washington Post about 2 months ago that pre-pandemic, 72% of people said race relations in this country were good to very good, and now that's sitting at around like 53%. So that might conflict my opinion or contradict what I'm saying. But I think now more than ever, a lot of people are like, I'm not falling for that race bait crap anymore. Well, nothing to do with Abby Phillips being black.
Well, they at MSNBC wanted to do this as well. Andrea Mitchell on Fonnie Willis. Strong black women standing up to Donald Trump is something to behold. Cut 11.
I was reading up about Fonnie Lewis. She went to Howard, an HBCU, a member of AKA. She then went to Emory University Law School. And the accusations that she is a racist, particularly offensive, but coming at her, it's one level that, Jack Smith hasn't endured coming from Donald Trump. But these strong black women standing up to Donald Trump is something to behold.
So apparently there's a person who produces both a show on MSNBC and CNN, which is very interesting. I got to see how that contract works. But I would say this on a serious front. You can look at a lot of politicians that have had issues, forget African-American females, with females in general. Bill Clinton, enough said. Donald Trump, E. Jean Carroll, Stormy Daniels. Surprise, surprise, a man and a woman with issues, especially when it's and I'm not exonerating, I'm not excusing any poor behavior from a man to a woman. So don't take this to heart. But I'm not surprised that male politicians have had situations with females that when you look at it from a 30,000-foot view, it doesn't look good. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't excuse their actions at all. So I don't want to get anybody yelling at me that I'm being sexist. But
sexist.
Yes. Mary's going to send me a text in a minute, claim I'm sexist again. Dawn, you even said, in your perspective matters here as a female, with the way he responded post E. Jean Carroll case, that he did not handle that well publicly, correct? With the way he kind of went back at her. I know we were talking about that for a while on the air, and you thought that was a bad look from, if you're trying to appeal to a segment of the population for votes, that wasn't the right way to go about it.
Yeah.
I think I characterized
Yes. Because I would have said, don't even discuss it. Don't give her any fodder. Because on one hand, to be wrongfully accused decades later, when it's ridiculous. I mean, we went to New York. The whole thing is so absurd, and I get it. I get that level of frustration, but you have to just discipline yourself to say, don't talk about her. Don't talk about the case.
Yeah.
If you refer to it, just say it's really an unfortunate case. It never happened.
Because they'll take the soundbite where he called her a nut job or whatever, and that becomes the 2-second clip. That's the only thing that will resonate with people right there.
Exactly.
The isolated moment.
And now they have this, so-called conviction. Now she's going at him again. It'll all get overturned. It will. It'll go up to the higher courts. It'll all be thrown out. The fact that they wouldn't let key evidence in, it's an absurd case. It really is. So I understand that level of frustration. He's not wrong. However, in the mainstream media, because most people aren't paying attention, just don't talk about her. Don't talk about the case other than saying, I know that I'll be vindicated ultimately. It's a sad state of affairs or something to that nature.
Yeah.
Just boom, there it is. Stop talking about it.
Yep.
Joe Biden was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin yesterday discussing his economic achievements. I'm just reading what's on the paper here. He did address the horrible situation that's happening in Maui. He says that he will go there, but he doesn't want to be in the way.
Well, yeah.
Cut 5 here.
I've spoken to Governor Josh Green multiple times and reassured him the state will have everything it needs from the federal government. I immediately approved the governor's request for expedited major disaster declaration. That's a fancy word of saying whatever you need, you're going to get. And that'll get aid into the hands of people who desperately need it, who have lost their loved ones, who have lost their homes, their livelihoods, who have been damaged and destroyed. And think about this. All that area they got to plow up. They can't do it now because they don't know how many bodies are there. They don't know what's left. Imagine being a mom or dad, wondering where your child is. Imagine being a husband or wife, or mother or father. It's really tough stuff. Almost 500 federal personnel have been deployed to Maui to help communities and survivors get back on their feet. FEMA, search and rescue teams are sifting through the ashes in that 5-mile area that you've seen on television has been burned. It's painstaking work. It takes time. And it's nerve-wracking. Most of the debris can't be removed until it's done. My wife Jill and I are going to travel to Hawaii as soon as we can. That's what I've been talking to the governor about. I don't want to get in the way. I've been to too many disaster areas, but I want to go and make sure we got everything they need.
That administration is a disaster area, speaking of disastrous areas. So he creates a word that basically says, whatever you need, consider it done, I'll take care of you. I would say that's more applicable to Ukraine than it is Maui because, you know, Ukraine can get $2 billion, $200 million at the snap of a finger, and Maui's getting, so we can give you $700 per household.
Yep.
Which is very interesting.
Well, that's Peter S. on the YouTube chat says if you're watching the video on YouTube, he's standing in front of a sign that says investing in America.
Yeah.
But he's sending billions to Ukraine.
Right. Yeah. The money arrows are going to Ukraine, and yeah, he's claiming it's more like America last. I love the fact that he says multiple times, though, I don't want to get in the way. He's like, you know, you ever with your grandmother back in the day, and like, I'm just going to stay out of your way. I don't want to get in the way, Nikki.
I don't want to be in the way, baby.
I don't want to be in the way.
It's true. It's true.
Nan, can you come in the kitchen? Thanksgiving dinner's almost ready. I'll be out. I don't want to get in the way of your mom.
He also said, which is a giant lie, he was in Pittsburgh during COVID when that bridge collapsed. He witnessed it.
He was there.
He was there when it happened.
He was there.
It's not true at all. But sure, let's go with that. Cut 4.
Purdue. A lot of you were with me when I was in Pittsburgh. By the way, Pittsburgh is a city of bridges. More bridges in Pittsburgh than any other city in America. I watched that bridge collapse. I got there and saw it collapse with over 200 feet off the ground going over a valley. It collapsed. Thank God school was out.
I mean, yeah,
just throw whatever you want out there, Joe. It's fine.
Well,
nobody will call you on it except for us.
I would say that, okay, maybe it was a slip-up when he says I witnessed, but then he followed it up by saying I was there and saw it happen.
Yes.
Not a joke.
Not joking. He was there. He was also there when the telegraph was invented. You know, he's been there for everything. He has seen America's best and worst.
Yep.
That's Joe.
You did a big take this morning on Vivek Ramaswamy. He did an interview last night or yesterday afternoon with Neil Cavuto, and he said this, which I think is very interesting about discussing Trump, trashing Trump. This is cut 3, Daniel.
Look, Neil, I can't think we look at these indictments without the context of 3 other separate indictments, several of which came in the last 4 months alone. These are 4 different indictments in the middle of an election. I think it sets an awful precedent in our country for the ruling party, the party in power, to use police force to indict its political opponents in the middle of an election. And I say this as somebody who now, in some of the recent polls, I'm polling it second in this race, 3rd overall. It would be a lot easier for me if Donald Trump were eliminated from competition, but that is not how I want to win. The way we win elections in this country, at least the way it should be, is that we convince the voters of this country of our vision and what we stand for. And that's why I've said that I would pardon, at least for the federal crimes, I would pardon Donald Trump to help move this nation forward.
As I've said, I don't think anybody's handled it better than this guy. Clearly, he does not want to anger the Trump base, which I think is very smart, because you need that base in the future, and you don't want them staying at home on Election Day and not voting for you post-Trump, in the post-Trump era. He's a bright guy.
I think that was I mean, look, he's playing it very smart.
He's
you know what I mean?
Yes.
He really is.
And he, as I said in the big take, he's super bright, but yet he doesn't jam it down your throat. He doesn't try to tell you he's the smartest guy in the room. He keeps it simple, but you know he's a bright dude.
Christie taking the exact opposite approach. He was on with Jake Tapper talking about Trump because that seems to be all. To be honest with you,
it's his whole campaign.
But to be honest with you, it's all any of these guys seem to be able to talk about.
Right. Well, it's all the media wants to
That's
ask
all
these
the media.
guys
Yes,
about.
exactly.
Yep.
And you could also say that the rise in polls a little bit for Christie is the fact that he's literally been on every show.
Mm-hmm.
He's everywhere.
It's because he's the most TV friendly of all of them from a policy
Exactly.
standpoint.
Here he is with Jake Tapper last night, cut 7.
All of this is just theoretical now to the public, right? Most people are not going to read the indictment, Jake. They're just going to read whatever news reports that they read about characterizations of it. It becomes much different when there's a trial going on. And that's why I think Jack Smith charged this case the way he did, with just Donald Trump as a defendant, no one else. He wants to move that case quickly and get this case done. He wants January. That might be a little bit tight, but I could certainly see this happening in February or March of 2024. And so, I do think when evidence starts to be presented, witnesses get on the stand and tell their story. And if the prosecution does an effective job of weaving that story together, and Donald Trump has to be sitting there. Remember, Jake, he has to be there every day. This is not an optional exercise. You are a criminal defendant, and I think that's one of the things folks should keep in mind that are watching. He is now going to be, when he appears next week in Georgia sometime, he's going to be out on bail in 4 different jurisdictions in this country: New York, Miami, Washington, and Atlanta. I think that what Republican voters have to start to ask themselves is 2 things. One, is someone out on bail in 4 jurisdictions really our best chance to beat Joe Biden? And secondly, are we really going to continue to act as if this is normal conduct? It's not. So even if you disagree with some of the criminal charges here, if you think they were an overreach, or as I think on this one, they're unnecessary, it doesn't get rid of the underlying conduct, which is what we should be discussing in the campaign, which is, does this man have the temperament and the character to beat Joe Biden and to be president of the United States again? And I firmly believe the answer to that is no.
You can bring up temperament, but character, give me a break. And I love how he kind of he contradicts himself. We got a guy that's out on bail on 4 different cases the best option. But then he says, kind of says, well, some of them are ridiculous and blah blah blah. He's making it sound like Trump's out on bail for narcotics, manslaughter, vehicular homicide, and aggravated rape or something. I mean, give me a break. Like, this guy is on trial for stuff that legit, almost overwhelmingly, are not crimes. This is all political stuff. This is all free speech stuff. And here's what I would say about Christie. Christie, as far as the media coverage, here's what. Number one, he was the correspondent for ABC or whatever. But he's also buddies with some of these guys. You ever notice how he answers a lot of these people by name? Which is good to do. I always like that as the interviewer when somebody says, well, Nick, here's what I think, or blah, blah, blah. And at the end of the day, Nick, like they're paying attention to who they're actually conducting the interview with.
People love to hear their name. Correct.
And he says Jake multiple times. That's why he's always on CNN. He's on Fox. He's on that's why he's a comfortable, soft interview, even though the subject matter is serious. He's got that going for him. So trust me, having been in this, Don, you know this, there are some people that get more rope in the media and are always on because of other stuff beyond the actual content coming out of their mouths.
Yes, and Chris Christie has a wonderful perspective and opportunity because he and 2 allies one of whom was in jail, and let's talk about Bridgegate, and let's talk about Bridget, who had said she had a water bottle thrown at her, said that the governor sat in front of her in that Supreme Court ruling after Bridgegate, in which essentially the Supreme Court said there was no federal crime here. That was a political situation. Mm-hmm. And that was Chris Christie's administration, right? And they couldn't pin it to him, but they got Bill Baroni was in jail, right? And here was a mom of 4 facing jail. God bless her. Bridget Kelly fought it and won at the Supreme Court level. Chris Christie has such an opportunity to come out and say, you know what, this politicization of DOJ, going after people because of politics, this is their own Bridgegate, is it not?
Yes.
And so he could turn that around and talk about this, and there are other cases, right? But no, he's got to talk about question the character
and temperament.
And temperament. Why doesn't Jake say, well, did you say that to Trump when, he was paying you as a consultant?
Mm-hmm.
Leading up to the 2020. So this guy is just, the loyalty thing, I think, is so bothersome because, just turning on people who worked for him, who were loyal for him, who were, taking the knife in the back so honorably. It's disgusting to me that he says this. It's disgusting. Shame on you.
Ron DeSantis was on with Laura Ingraham last night.
Mustard.
He said
That
this.
was mustard.
We talk about this all the time, Nick. You bring it up that he's always the guy that says, "I'm going to fire Fauci. I would have fired Fauci. I would have done this."
Yeah.
He says he would send FBI Director Chris Wray packing on day one. I want to get your take on if he would actually do these things. Got 12.
I think going forward, the question really is what are we going to do about all this, Laura? And what we need to do is get a president, obviously can beat Biden, but that could actually end the weaponization of federal power through the DOJ, the FBI. So, for example, with me as president, on day one, Christopher Wray gets sent packing. You're going to see the DOJ cleared out. We are going to ensure a single standard of justice in this country again. And I can say that with credibility because I've done that in the state of Florida. We've drained the swamp in here. We've gotten rid of negligent election supervisors in South Florida. We've removed 2 different progressive prosecutors funded by Soros who were not enforcing the law. So I've shown an ability to take action and get the job done. And as the president, I am going to do the same thing. Look, our country is in decline for a number of different reasons, economic, cultural, but part of the reason we're in decline is because our constitutional system is totally out of whack. We need to get it back in order. I'm the guy that knows how to do, but you got to be disciplined. You got to be focused. You got to have attention to detail because the swamp is not going to give up its power voluntarily.
He has done that in Florida. He gets all the credit from me for that. Trying to do that at the federal level is a different level of red tape you got to get through. Best of luck with that, especially within the first day on the job. I would also say, and this is where I'll try to be fair, DeSantis getting rid of Christopher Wray on day one is about as likely as Trump ending Russia-Ukraine in 24 hours. I think they both could ultimately achieve what they're saying they could, but in that time frame, no, that's just political nonsense.
Yeah, but I mean, most presidents can choose. They can choose their own FBI. They can choose. Trump hired him.
Mm-hmm.
Trump brought him in.
Yeah, that's true.
I thought that he was highly recommended and so on. So there is some debate as to whether or not he's tried to clean things up. Look, it takes time.
And by the way, Trump should get a little bit of a fair shake, in the event he does get a second chance. For all the people that point out, well, you hired Christopher Wray. Keep in mind, too, being an outsider works both ways. You can be disrespected and feared as an outsider by the left in the establishment in the swamp because they don't like you coming in there. But also he comes in there and he doesn't know the lay of the land. He doesn't know. So he's got to lean on recommendations and what people, he's new to the party. Yeah, it's like your first day at work. You walk in, you don't know everybody. You hear, well, this guy says this about that guy, and ultimately you start to figure out the lay of the land. So I want to be fair on that front as well.
Those those close to him and within the administration always say to me, Dawn, it was the never Trumpers. It wasn't even the outsiders. It was those who were within close enough, but were never Trumpers and were disingenuous.
John on the YouTube chat. By the way, we're at 126 likes. Please, if you're watching right now, hit the like button. I want to get to 200 likes. There's more than 200 of you watching, so everybody watching, please hit the like button. John on the YouTube chat writes that don't forget Chris Wray was recommended by Chris Christie. It's a very good point.
Oh, man.
It's a very good point.
No.
That's the thing about Christie, too, is that we know, Dawn and I know, the debate prep process that happened because Rich was down there doing debate prep with Trump. And so was Christie. Yeah. So, this whole idea that now all of a sudden he's turned on him, like he's done the heel turn, and now it's like he's his worst enemy.
Yeah.
It's just, it's kind of laughable.
Yeah.
It's kind of laughable.
Right.
Because, I can see if you were out there on day one and, that was your whole shtick and you were going to do that, great. You know what I mean? And still, if this is the road you want to go down, fine. But it's really disingenuous for him to sit there and do all this when he was literally right by his. He admitted he played Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or something when they were doing debate prep.
Well, some of these candidates also are at different points in their political careers where they have more to lose or less to lose. DeSantis has got, he's 44 years old, so he's got to be careful with Trump. Same thing with Vivek. He's 38. Pence, he's been through the battles with Trump. Christie's been through the battles with Trump. So it's like you keep in mind where they are with their own trajectory in their careers. It also kind of impacts what they have to lose and what the MO might be.
Bubba45 on the YouTube chat says, wasn't Ray Christie's lawyer on Bridgegate?
Yes. Yeah.
It's all connected. Finkel-Einhorn.
But think about Jake Tapper.
I hate politics.
Doesn't. But think.
Great career choice, Greg.
Great job I have. I absolutely hate politics.
So we know Greg hates politics and Twitter.
Sorry.
But think about Jake Tapper, because I think at CNN they love that Chris Christie saying, "Oh, he doesn't have the character." Blah, blah. The follow-up was, "What? Didn't he pay you for prep? Didn't he, to go down and say all these things?" But they'll never push back and give those tough questions back because of exactly what we're talking about. They're so biased. They love and just they lather up and just love it.
Christie, to defend Christie for 1 second, he would say that he was with Trump up until 2020 when he denied the election results.
No, he was at the White House, Greg. He was. I'm
just telling you what he would say. I'm not saying I agree with it.
I know for a fact there were times when he was waiting in the wings, had to meet with Jared, and they just played with him like a little puppy dog, but he was never going to get hired. But he was there sucking up all the time.
I'm more captivated by the fact that Steve Ducey right now on Fox News is wearing a Greg Stalker wig.
A Greg Stalker wig?
I just posted a picture of it on Twitter from my TV in the studio.
What is it, Greg Stalker?
He's got a little wig on, him and Ainsley. He looks like Stalker. It's unbelievable.
Daniel, can you put that up on the on the YouTube?
You guys might
chat?
have had a really good conversation for the last 30 seconds, but I missed all of it. Just being completely honest.
No, it wasn't that good. Steve Ducey with the Greg Stalker. Why are they wearing wigs?
I have no idea. I just looked up and I was like, wait a second, is that Stalker? We got another monitor in here. So,
Daniel, if you can work on getting that up on YouTube, that would be great.
Yes.
DeSantis said Trump let Hillary Clinton off the hook. Cut 13.
Laura, you remember him. Lock her up about holding Hillary accountable. And then 2 weeks after the election, he said, never mind that I said that, and let her off the hook. And so I think if you look at, and I give him credit, even though we're competing for the great things he did do, but one of the things he did not do was drain the swamp. I mean, the swamp got worse in his 4 years, and you had people like Ray, you had people in power who were not getting the job done. You got to take very swift action, and you got to make it happen.
Yeah, this is a lot with what DeSantis claims Trump should have or could have but didn't do is a lot like the whole Fauci stuff. If we're going to keep forget going back to 2020. Oh, there's DC.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Looks like a cartoon.
Greg Stalker.
That's a nice. I'm gonna have to try that one.
It's a nice piece.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to let my.
Yeah.
I have to let the sides of my hair grow down to my shoulders, I think.
I would say Ducey as a blonde looks better than Ainsley as with black hair.
My wife might divorce me if I do that. But
really?
By the way, yeah, she really wants me to get my hair cut.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You shaved the beard again, by the way.
I did. Yeah.
What's up with that? I thought you were bringing it back.
It's just too,
wife doesn't like it.
Yeah, it's too itchy and I don't know.
That's why they create lotion.
I just don't. I don't know. I
All
don't
right.
like it. I like you grow a nice beard, Nick.
Yeah. I work on it. You got to put the time in.
I can't. I just can't. And I already have enough hair, so
yeah.
it's not like I don't need more hair.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like there's so much hair on my head.
Yeah.
I don't need more hair on my face.
Right.
It's
You have
just
so
a
much
lot.
hair on your head. You gave Ducey some extras. How about that? No, the DeSantis thing. So I've said DeSantis and Trump bickering back and forth about how they would have handled Fauci or COVID or anything 2020, 2021 is a lost cause. You can't go back and undo it. And now he wants to go back further to 2016 to Hillary. Like, Hillary's an easy target. It's fun. It's great. I could talk about it all day. It doesn't change my future. So, and some of this, again, is the media with the questions they ask, and you have to answer them, so to speak, and you don't want to duck and avoid it. But can we focus on what matters? And that is, once again, and I think Vivek nailed it in one of the clips I played for you this morning. It's not so much about saying why the left is wrong on policies about race and identity and things like that and gender. It's what is your message? And remember, he hit us back with individual, family, God, and country or something like that. That's what you have to do. It's easy to pick apart what somebody else is doing wrong, but what are you going to do to fix it? I want to fire Andy Reid. Okay, cool. Who's going to be the head coach? You have a better plan? Tell me your better plan.
Yeah.
Because I can sit here and bang the drum all day for why somebody's awful, but what's your solution? Come up with that, smart guy. I'm so. Thank God Bruno's coming in here.
All right, we should.
I'm all POTUSed out.
We should do the big three. So we
Exhausted.
can bring Bruno in.
All right, I might need to take a bathroom break as well. 8:20.
Oh my Lord. Okay,
yeah,
we
I'm
can do
worked
that.
up today.
Okay, it's okay.
Wash your hands.
I had like 9 hours of sleep. I've got 2 cups of coffee.
9 hours of sleep.
9 hours.
I'm going to ride my bike to the shore as soon as we get off the air. and I might not stop. I'll be like Pee Wee Herman.
I love it.
All right, 8:21. Let's get to Dawn Stensland's Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
On this rainy Wednesday, which is going to clear by lunchtime, sunny skies, 87 degrees, sponsored by Millville Army Airfield Museum. Well, the presidents of a wide-ranging group, we're talking about more than a dozen universities in the USA, including in Pennsylvania, say they're elevating free speech on their campuses this academic year. Back to school story as part of a new nonprofit initiative that has been announced to combat what organizers call dire threats to U.S. democracy.
So they admit that they were squelching free speech in the past.
They're not quite admitting to that, but it's the Campus Call for Free Expression, and they say it'll take different forms on different campuses, created by the Institute for Citizens and Scholars with funding from the Knight Foundation. So they're saying with the national context of the deep political polarization, the inability of people to speak across differences in constructive and civil ways, it seems colleges and universities need to be the institutions at the forefront of showing a better way to do that.
Wow. I mean,
Yeah.
who would have thunk that all these years ago when they said college is where you go to expand your mind and challenge theories and have debates, that they actually meant it?
Well, we'll see.
Okay. Yes.
I'm a little skeptical, but I mean, good for them.
Yeah.
So, including the participating schools so far, University of Notre Dame, for example, we have in Pennsylvania, the University of Pittsburgh. We have in New Jersey, Rutgers University, for example. So we'll see who else signs on to this. But they're saying they want to protect free speech and have the conversation respectfully.
Okay. Kind of like we do on 1210.
Yes.
And Vivek does in Iowa. There you go.
Number 2, a powerlifter reacting and speaking out to the fact that a biological male is taking now and seizing the women's national record. So this is, I feel for her. She's a competitive female powerlifter, and she's now responding, speaking out about the record-breaking win from a trans male athlete or biologically male athlete who lifted much more than the second-place winner, calling it completely unfair, lifted 200 kilograms more. So this is April Hutchinson, and she's talking about this person, 40-year-old trans woman, Anne Andres, who set the all-time records at the Canadian Powerlifting Union's championship on Sunday.
Proud day for women's athletics. Proud day.
She says, I loved her quote because she says, it's completely unfair. It is bodies. Bodies play sports, not identities.
Oh.
Remember, bodies are biology.
How about that? You know what? Along with your Trump MAGA quote from yesterday that I quoted on Twitter that I loved, I like that.
Yeah.
Bodies play sports, identities don't.
Yeah. Good for her.
I might get that tattooed across my lower back.
A tramp stamp?
Yeah, I'm going to get that tramp stamp on my back.
Your trans stamp.
Trans
right?
stamp.
Nick's got a trans stamp.
Yeah.
And obviously we're doing fun other stories of the day or not so fun, depending on where you stand. This one is, what do kids love? Kids prefer what? So these are researchers who spent a year talking to 120,000 children ages 7 to 14. This is known as Generation Alpha, as well as kind of observing the clothes that they wear, the brands they love and use before compiling this final list. It's by Beano Brain. So they say this is the original YouTube generation. That's what they're called, Gen Alpha, right? And this would be your twin daughters' generation, Nick. So number 1, Netflix.
Yep.
Number 2, YouTube.
Yep.
Number 3, McDonald's. Then Nike. Oreo rounds out the top 5. Oreo cookies.
All right.
And then Nintendo, Pringles, Disney, Roblox, Coca-Cola, and Apple and Amazon don't even make the top 10.
Wow.
Apple number 11, Amazon number 12.
I would have thought Apple was absolutely at the top of that list. I'm down with the Oreos. What was number 7 or 8?
Pringles. Which I would go.
Once you pop, you can't stop.
I know.
Used to love Pringles as a kid.
I know.
The little school version, like the little, like 12 of them in a little canister. The sour cream and onion, number 1, by the way.
Yes. I always tell Larry, do not buy those, even though my teen son, my youngest, loves it.
Yeah, we'll get a
so
tweet. We'll get a tweet in 2 minutes. You know, Pringles are just as bad for you as regular chips.
I know, but they're so delicious. And then you can put them upside down and put in your mouth, and it's like a duck. Duck, go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so KFC 17, Doritos 15, Skittles 14, Lego 13.
Yeah. You mentioned Nintendo. I think I still have my old original Nintendo Entertainment System, NES.
It's probably worth a fortune, actually.
I know. I think I still have the Duck Hunt game as well as well as the gun. Might start carrying the Duck Hunt gun in my sweatpants.
Remember we did? If you have the gun, that original gun, that whole game is probably worth $1,000 right now.
A lot of that stuff is valuable. You can sell them on the online marketplace. It really is.
Nostalgia. Well, we are sponsored by Millville Army Airfield Museum. Help honor World War II aviation heritage at Millville Army Airfield in New Jersey, America's first defense airport and gunnery school for P-47 Thunderbolt fighter jets. Admission is free. Schedule a group tour online at P47Millville.org. That's P47Millville.org. Become a member now. Thank you, Millville Army Airfield Museum, on this day of the AC Air Show mid-morning today. This is Kayal and Company, Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, the man, the myth, the legend, live from Florida. Tony Bruno will give us his reaction to Trump and Georgia, a settlement with ESPN. James Harden calls Daryl Morey a liar in Sixers land. And also, I want to get Bruno's thoughts on this powerlifting record set by a biological male. That and much more. Tony B. next on Kayal and Company.
My partners had told me I should get my knee replaced. I was in my 40s, and I decided that I wouldn't do that.
That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herzog, who found regenerative medicine years ago and became a believer.
It changed my life around. It improved me to a point where I was able to jog again.
That's when Dr. Herzog switched his focus from surgery to helping his patients with natural biologics.
I've treated at least 5,000 patients. I believe your body has everything it needs to heal itself.
Today, you'll find Dr. Herzog at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine that can give lasting pain relief with no downtime, no drugs, and no surgery.
I have patients coming up to me that I did 10 years ago saying, Doc, my elbow's still working great. I'm playing tennis 3 days a week.
Call QC Kinetics now to explore alternative ways to deal with your pain. It's a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
So many listeners are enjoying beautiful, easy-to-maintain homes thanks to Rhino Shield, and you can too. Dom Giordano here with my good friend, the local owner of Rhino Shield. John, take it away.
Hello, it's John from Rhino Shield. For years, you've heard about our exclusive elastomeric ceramic house paint with the unheard of 25-year warranty. Today, I want to ask you, do you need to paint your home? Maybe even been putting it off for too long? If your answer is yes, then ask yourself if you want to paint it one last time, or if you want to be painting it again in 5 or 6 years. Rhino Shield can make your next paint job your last. Rhino Shield is waterproof, protects your home, is affordable, and looks great on any exterior surface. Let Rhino Shield show you how you can be done with frequent painting. Call us today at 484-406-5111 for a free consultation. That's 484-406-5111.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Does your knee pain just keep getting worse and worse? How about that pain, that aching pain in your shoulder, or maybe your hip, or your back? So rather than go for surgery or steroids, they are not your only options. Don't let them tell you that. Just take my advice now. Call QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics can make that pain go away with all natural, advanced, regenerative medicine. And they are helping people here in the Philadelphia region every single day. These are amazing natural treatments that restore and repair your damaged joint tissue. You're going to feel young. You're going to feel new. It's like turning back the clock and making you feel better than you've felt in years. Regenerative medicine using concentrated healing agents from your own body. They stimulate that damaged tissue in your joints so that, they work like they're supposed to, like they used to. Zero downtime here. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in this exciting medical breakthrough, and patients are getting real, lasting relief. I'm telling you, say no to the surgery. Say no to the drugs. I have visited fairly recently the KOP Center for QC Kinetics. Everything is all one-stop shopping. In other words, all under one roof there at the KOP QC Kinetics, but they're all across the region. And they're going to take care of you. Great doctors, great medical team. If you're suffering with that pain due to injury or maybe from arthritis, this is truly a remarkable option. You need to check it out. And that consultation's free. Call QC Kinetics now, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Call them today. Would you call them before lunch? QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company, 8:32 here on a Wednesday morning. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Stream us for free on the Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Nick, Dawn, Greg, as we welcome in the man himself, the great Tony Bruno, live from the state of Florida. What up, yo?
Good morning, what up, and thank you for joining me today.
Yes.
By the way, I got to get this out of the way. You know how they have those meetings and then they have to get rid of old business first before they commence?
Yeah.
I want to know why Dawn Stenslin does not follow me on my new Twitter.
Oh, no.
No. An outrage.
Dawn, you better keep your mouth closed.
Neither Dawn nor her husband, Larry Menti, who I've given major props to during my 5-month Twitter ban, are following me. And I want answers.
Dawn, this trust me, having worked with this individual, if you're not following him, he's got an issue with you.
Tony, I've worked with Dawn for 9 years. I think year 7, she finally followed me on Twitter.
My defense attorney.
How are your legal fees?
I did. I'm sorry. You know what? I have something wrong with my screen, so that's why I can't. I can't push 6.
Screen.
And I guess I don't know. I guess I thought I followed you.
At Tony
I'll do
Bruno
it right
Nation,
now.
I believe. Correct.
Tony Bruno Nation, yes.
Yes.
I'm up I'm up to over 800 followers right now. I know Greg likes to keep track of. I even put a like in when see when I'm on a program. I'm a team guy. I heard you talking about it earlier, Nick.
Yes.
You know, when you say like the show, I like the show.
Thank you. I
So I'm
appreciate
sitting
it.
here an hour and a half before the show just listening and absorbing all of the content. You know?
We have content? I didn't know we did that here, sir. Speaking of content, Trump's a guy that gives us a lot of content. I'm surprised. I'm guessing you're not shocked in the least about what's transpired in Georgia with the latest indictment. Your thoughts?
Of course not. I mean, wait a minute. So Boss Hogg, I got to find out what's the deal with this Boss Hogg dude.
I don't know.
There's some trolls on the YouTube chat. You just have to either ignore him or you call him out.
Or you let him bother you like Greg does.
No, he doesn't bother me. I just wanted to know what his story was, if you knew him, if he was a troll. But anyway, here's the deal. What was the deal?
Actually, no, Trump was just indicted for a 5th time for you not answering.
Yeah, but it's only Wednesday. Let's wait till Friday. What other state is ready to indict?
Oh, my gosh.
No, let's be honest.
Yes.
I got a question now. Here's a question.
Yes.
What do the Phillies, the Philadelphia Union, and the Women's Australian World Cup team have in common this morning?
Nick Kayal has talked about them?
No.
They all vote Democrat.
No, they all only scored once last night.
Oh.
I scored once last night, and I
Hi-yo.
wasn't even trying. All I had to do was
Mustard.
make dinner
Hi-yo.
for Miss Robin last night.
Oh, wow.
So,
In the Dutch oven.
Oh, God.
well, no, I actually went in the oven. I roasted some beautiful chicken thighs. I posted it on Twitter. That's a good thing. I can post food now on Twitter since, posting food on Facebook is so like 2018.
Yeah.
Now you post your dinner that you make on Twitter before you get banned again.
Did you cook that on the Ronco cooker, set it in, forget it?
No, I put it in the oven. I got honey roasted garlic and all fresh, not garlic powder, not rosemary flakes. I mean, I went out in the garden and picked the fresh rosemary and and all the other ingredients on my patio garden out here
Garden
in
of Bruno.
Southwest Florida. Yes.
Exactly right.
It's delicious. I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Oh, you are? So she's looking at it. So she's following you, Tony.
I'm following him.
Hit that follow button.
I did.
Smash the subscribe button.
I did.
Say the handle one more time, Tony.
Tony Bruno Nation.
Okay, Tony Bruno
Now, I'm
Nation.
still being throttled because I like a couple of tweets, and once I tweeted last night when I saw Karine Jean-Pierre, did you talk about that this morning? Tweeting for Joe Biden and then said, oops, now I know. They pulled the curtain back.
Yes.
And we now know that Karine Jean-Pierre is actually tweeting as Joe Biden.
Amazing.
I know, and if she got grilled about it, she would have said this.
I would refer you to the
And then she deleted the tweet when everybody on Earth said, wait a minute, why is she tweeting as the president?
Yes. So if people weren't paying attention to this yesterday, I guess they have multiple Twitter accounts under the same account, and you can flip from one to the next.
Yeah.
And when you do that, you better make sure you're under the right profile to post a message, or something's going to go terribly wrong. And somebody screenshotted that, correct?
Yes, and that's all over. And the interesting thing is, I'm sure I wonder what she'll say when someone asks her why she was tweeting as President Biden last night while he's on his way to Lake Tahoe or wherever else instead of Hawaii.
She would answer it this way.
I'm not going to get beyond that.
She's not going to get beyond that, Tone. Maybe she was the one in Fulton County that posted the indictment too soon online.
Hell, can you imagine?
Yes, exactly.
Speaking of females, you want to talk about a courageous female. I love this story about Sage Steele, the SportsCenter anchor. For those that don't pay attention to ESPN because nobody watches it anymore, Sage Steele was one of the best SportsCenter anchors, African-American female, but she doesn't fit what the left wants. She's an African-American female who's a conservative, who's a Republican, and she's the one who stood up to Bristol, Connecticut and ESPN and said, no, I'm not going to adhere to your COVID vaccine mandate. She challenged it. She's in court. She gets a settlement. And the courageous thing is she spoke up back when that was viewed to be courageous because you're going against the grain. And, Tony, she's walking away from a 16-year relationship where she was making $3 million a year, and she stood up for what she believed in, and now she won. I love this story, and she's going to go on and probably do something bigger and better.
Absolutely, and you're right about loving it because here she is, as you mentioned, a woman of color, which seems to be but nobody defends people of color when they don't agree with the with the consensus is that black people only vote for Democrats, and we're the people out there. We're all the columnists defending Sage Steele for walking away. I know many women at ESPN, having been there for a long time, who are suing ESPN, who have walked out rather than continue to work for a company that forced people to take the vaccines, which we now know after all the effects, the ivermectin and all this other stuff, all the conspiracy theorists and the COVID deniers. And as I mentioned, I've been twice vaccinated and I had major side effects, but I don't care. I did it because I thought it was right. But now all these people who are suing ESPN and a former NBA official who's suing suing Disney, suing ABC, and suing the government because they have all been forced to leave their jobs for not taking the vax. And these people work there. Beth Faber, one of the producers, one of the original producers at ESPN Radio, she's out of work because she refused the vaccine, and they will not listen. So she's part of a lawsuit where many females and males at ESPN, but primarily females, are suing the company because their careers were ruined, and people like Beth, don't have the high profile of a Sage Steele, but they're not even getting recognized. She went to Congress. She was at one of the hearings for one of the other female anchors at ESPN, one of the other female reporters who's suing, and they're just going to, you know what they're going to do at Disney at ESPN? They're just going to let this thing go on and on and on and eventually hope these people stop because it costs money to keep fighting major corporations, and they're just hoping to make these people go broke rather than continue the fight against these big, powerful companies. And, I'm a stockholder.
Yep.
I have a pension from Disney, so I'm not a Disney hater. I just want to see people get compensated for what they were forced to do against their will. What happened to My Body, My Choice?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to that?
Yeah. Exactly right. Tony Bruno with us, 8:41 here on this Wednesday morning, live from the great state of Florida. Follow him on Twitter at Tony Bruno Nation, and I believe Dawn has followed you now. Now we need Dawn.
You, Dawn.
Dawn needs to start retweeting his posts,
I know.
liking them, commenting.
Through.
You need to appease Tony Bruno. You got to stroke the ego here, Dawn.
There's an important
No, I only am allowed to post a couple of times a day, and then all of a sudden, when I like something, if I like 5 things, because there's a lot of likes out there.
Yeah.
Like.
And when you do something, and then all of a sudden it comes up, this appears to be a bot.
Uh-huh.
So I'm on a restrictor plate like they had in NASCAR.
Well, I am too, but that's
once I hit
mandated.
a certain number of likes or tweets, I get shut down. This appears to be coming from a bot.
Yeah, you're on a pitch count, much like I am, courtesy of Greg Stocker.
Exactly right. So because I haven't subscribed and given Elon Musk $8 a month, I am on a pitch count. I'm on a restrictor plate.
Yep.
And again, that's fine. But now at least I'm on there, and I can see what's going on, and I can promote being on this show and all of the other wonderful things I do here. But let's get back to DeSantis, because here in Florida, I want to first of all congratulate President Biden. President Biden is the most consistent president in the history of this country, because last year when we had a hurricane that devastated a lot of Fort Myers and here in Cape Coral where I live, President Biden sent us all $700 checks. Now, Australia's Maui, not all of Australia, but Maui is devastated. And Joe Biden yesterday, Hawaii, what did I say? Maui is in Hawaii, Robin. I'm not. I'm thinking of that powerlifting bro who just beat women by like 300 pounds. And I'm thinking of the Matildas who just lost as the home nation.
What is she? What is she? The fact checker back there?
She is. There's another fact checker.
I didn't know that you married Brian Stelter.
Oh. She's the microphone checker, too.
Yeah,
we have to do that every Wednesday before.
It's on. Hello.
She's also the chicken checker. Did you see?
No, I didn't.
He said chicken thighs, chicken breasts. You're being called out on Twitter.
Chicken thighs, I said. They were chicken thighs.
No, they're saying they look like breasts.
Tony, are you
like breasts? Those are some big thighs. And I love big thighs.
I was just going to say, are you a leg man or a breast man, Tony?
Now. I love big thighs, and I cannot lie. You other brothers can deny.
Hungry.
Those aren't big breasts; they're big thighs.
Yes,
they're big thighs.
Oh, so where were we? DeSantis, right?
No, I was talking about President Biden sending all those people in Maui $700 checks. So now, if your land is devastated, everything is ruined. And by the way, I went out and bought generators and all the other things to keep the power on. Because we knew the hurricane was coming, so everybody ran out and bought generators because we knew power was going to go out, and it did. And we're almost a year later from the hurricane that devastated a lot of Southwest Florida.
Yep.
And then we've rebuilt. So the bottom line is, where do you get $700? And by the way, FEMA was supposed to reimburse you for stuff.
Yeah.
I sent all my bills. I bought a $900 generator. These are things you have to do to get ready for a natural disaster, right?
Yeah.
You prepare for hurricanes because you know they're coming. Nobody was prepared in Hawaii for what happened in Maui. And now those people, and you look at the money. Somebody broke it down. I didn't write it down. I should have. the number of people, I think there's 13,000 people who lived on Maui, right?
Yep.
In that area that was devastated. $700 a piece is not even like $20 million.
Yeah, it's less than
it's way less than that.
It's less than 10%
he's
that Ukraine just
bragging
got.
about sending them $700 when they lost everything, and yet Zelensky farts and he sends them another $200 billion.
I know.
It's unbelievable.
It is.
And people fall for this stuff. $700 checks, and you're supposed to say, "Oh, gee, thank you,
Right.
Joe.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Exactly.
What a benevolent guy." And then Obama's on from his house in the house that doesn't have any. The one up in Cape, wherever the hell he is, up in the Cape.
Martha's Vineyard.
Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah,
They
that
don't worry
place.
about the oceans rising and everybody being blown away on beachfront mansions. And he's got a mansion in Hawaii that he goes on and asks people to send them money. What about your money, Barack?
Yeah.
What about Oprah's money? And now these people are buying property and forcing all these poor people to live. When you can't be poor and live in Hawaii because everything's expensive. It's more expensive there than it is in California because everything has to be shipped over there. But anyway, enough about that. It's a joke. Anybody who just is this dense and actually thinks that this is a good thing, you need to have your heads examined because I'm tired of both parties. I'm sick. The election's over a year away.
Amen,
I'm already
brother.
sick of hearing all of this crap. Day after day out. And by the way, Christie, are you going to bring that beach chair to the debate when you're sitting there?
Somebody
If
should.
Chris Christie brings and sits and gets up on a bridge. They should they can construct a bridge. You know, the one that Joe Biden saw fall in Pittsburgh when he was there?
Not a joke.
The one he saw crash down?
He's losing his mind.
Folks,
You know how I'm combining all the stories this morning?
I love it.
I've heard
He was
this
paying
before.
attention.
I've heard all this before, but usually it was about the Eagles, and he was sick. He's sick of talking about Andy Reid.
Oh, man.
All right, so let's get it back to the Eagles, Tony. No,
Yeah,
I'm
let's
just
get
kidding.
it tomorrow night. Cleveland Eagles. Your thoughts?
I'm going to wait for Stalker to give his FanDuel selection. And then I'll move the line accordingly
By
to my
the-
$25 bet.
By the way, Nick, we should show Tony the power of Kayal and Company, and we should make everybody let's help Tony get to 1,000 Twitter followers,
Yes,
right? I mean, it's unbelievable that you had like 80,000 followers, and now you have you're begging for 1,000. But
you know how you got the 4,200 subscribers.
Yep.
And when you ask for things, the people of Philadelphia.
They do.
And people listening all over on the Odyssey app.
Yep.
They come forth.
you have to.
Absolutely.
You're like 100.
And I'm not even asking for money. Just follow me so that I can feel better about life.
You're at you're 150 or so away from 1,000. So at Tony Bruno Nation, follow Tony. Let's help him get to 1,000 followers.
All right.
If I don't get 1,000 followers by the end of the show, I may go on a hunger strike.
A hunger strike.
Yes. I'll chain myself to the interstate, Alligator Alley here on my way to Miami next week.
Beautiful. I've got to get your thoughts on this story because you've been in this market, you've worked in it, you've lived in it, you've been in Philly, you've been in Florida, you've been in L.A., you've been in Alabama, you've been in the Bay Area. Did you see the story in San Francisco where now they are saying, it's okay to go work remotely from home? It's not because of COVID. It's because of the crime and your safety in the downtown areas. That city is so bad right now, they want you to work remotely because you might not make it in safely.
It's sad to see because, I love San Francisco. It's one of the most beautiful places on earth, and I was there all the time doing stuff on local radio for 17 years at KNBR. And I never lived in San Francisco, but I had friends. I'd stay up there. I'd go every weekend doing the Raiders post-game show for a few years up there, flying in from L.A., which is a short flight. But the bottom line is what you're seeing now, and it's the Nancy Pelosi Federal Building they're talking about. Right in front of the building named after Nancy Pelosi, people can't get in. The crime, it's not even crime. It's just, and then Jim Kenney's talking about last night. I saw, we've awarded more grants last night. They have like a lottery. Oh, we're giving away the latest bingo. It was Tuesday night bingo with Jim Kenney. Wow, we've awarded the latest batch of grants for people in Kensington who are concerned about the problems. He doesn't mention what the problems are. The problems like the people walking around like zombies were all you see on national news now. Even people in foreign countries are looking at K&A in that area where all the poor, helpless people are on the streets, walk like the Walking Dead. If they do another Walking Dead reboot, they'll just put cameras down at Kensington showing all these poor people. And you know what Jim Kenney's answer is? We need to have safe needle injection sites. Let's put more safe injection sites up there.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, man.
It's an outrage. And if DeSantis was paying attention to the show this morning, if he would just bring it like Tony Bruno has been bringing it for the last 19 minutes, he'd be polling above 19%.
One thing I can assure you, I will never hand out hard-boiled eggs on a stick to try to get people to follow me on Twitter. Did you see that?
No.
And I love Ron DeSantis. I think people here in Florida, because I live in Lee County, which is probably the most red county in the nation. And I didn't move here because it's a red county. I moved here because I can afford land so I could build a damn house to retire. But the bottom line is there's Ron DeSantis. My least favorite food is hard-boiled eggs.
Oh.
And if you have to pander and put hard-boiled eggs on sticks and hand them out to people for votes, that's not good.
Yeah, you put a little mustard.
I like all kinds of eggs.
Yeah, you got to put a little condiment.
I like fried eggs. I like poached eggs. I like them sunny side up. I like them flipped over easy.
Yeah,
but I do not like hard-boiled eggs. I don't know why, but that to me, that and the people here in Florida who love DeSantis are all disappointed because they thought he was going to wait and then run in 2028.
Yeah.
He promised the people after he won. So I think a lot of people here in Florida, they don't hate Ron DeSantis, but they're like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Not
This
to
is
mention,
not the time.
yeah, Trump's the most popular figure in the state of Florida. By the way, do you like deviled eggs?
No, I don't like deviled. I don't like any
Mustard.
kind of egg where the yolk is hard and then they put mayonnaise. I don't like any kind of salads, egg salad, potato salad, German potato salad.
Yeah.
Anything cold with, especially eggs. Cold eggs, I mean, that's an outrage. Seriously, come on.
All right. I got to ask you, I got to hit you with the most important question of the day. We've covered all the non-relevant stuff. Vanna White gone from the Wheel of Fortune amidst contract negotiations. I believe, what was it, $7.25 million she either wanted or was getting, and it wasn't enough. I mean, I'm a capitalist. Get everything you can. But, Tony Bruno, your thoughts on that, and have they reached out to you to possibly work with Pat Sajak?
Pat Sajak's gone.
He's gone too?
Ryan Seacrest.
Ryan Seacrest.
Remember,
He
you knew
was
this.
kicked off.
Oh,
that
yes,
Ryan
I did know that.
Seacrest
You're right.
got $1 gazillion to be the new host.
You're right.
And
I
good
did
for
know
her. You know, they're going to have. I think Meghan Markle is available. I'm looking for possible replacements to turn the to turn the letters. And you don't even have to turn it anymore. She doesn't have to do anything. She just walks by.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking Meghan Markle or the chick on the airplane that went crazy.
Oh, the girl from Dallas.
That chick. She should be on Wheel of Fortune.
Or Ducey
Yeah.
in the wig.
In Ducey
Yes.
and Stalker's wig.
Exactly right.
Oh, man. Yeah, Bruno, good stuff as always, man. We've had so much the last 2 days have been so heavy and serious with Trump indictments. I needed to laugh and cry and wet myself, so thank you.
Oh.
Well, no, thank you. I just hear that, this is all about entertainment.
Yes.
See, we deal with the facts. We cover we span the globe to bring you the constant variety. The agony, the thrill of victory, the agony of your feet. And that's what we do here.
Yes. Thank you very much, Tony.
Thanks, guys.
There he is.
Thanks, Dawn. I appreciate it. I feel better now. Now I can move on with the rest of my Wednesday.
Tony Bruno Show on Facebook. Tony Bruno Nation. Sorry,
Nation.
Tony Bruno Nation on Twitter. I have all my social media things confused.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
Follow him. Let's get him to 1,000. Sorry.
Get him.
Sorry.
All right, there he is.
And you could do a cooking show with Miss Robin.
Oh, I love that.
By the way, the German potato salad does not have mayo. It has vinegar instead. So I stand corrected. Thank you.
Mustard.
I like that one.
Goodbye, Tony.
Bye.
Oh, man.
Love him.
All right, we had too much fun there. That was 20 minutes of being a 12-year-old. Let's get it back to Trump. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. We will come back, and I do want to get to two great meltdowns, one with a legal analysis of Trump in Georgia, and then also I thought one individual yesterday on television had, I think, the most relatable answer to somebody that ever would pose the question to somebody on the Republican side of the spectrum that says, well, did Trump deserve this? Wait till you hear this answer. And this was live on television yesterday. We had to clean it up, but we'll get to that when we continue. Stick around. 2 great pieces of audio regarding Trump and Georgia when we come back. The 9 o'clock hour is upon us. It is Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Does your knee pain keep getting worse? How about that pain in your shoulder or hip or your back? Don't let them tell you steroids and surgery are your only option. Take my advice now. Call QC Kinetics. Dawn Stansland here. You know, QC Kinetics can make that pain go away with all-natural, advanced, regenerative medicine. And they're helping people here in the Philadelphia region every single day with these amazing natural treatments which restore and repair damaged joint tissue. It's like turning back the clock. Regenerative medicine uses concentrated healing agents from your own body which stimulate that damaged tissue in your joints so they can work like they're supposed to. 0 downtime. How about that? This is a remarkable option. You need to check it out, and the consultation's free. Just call QC Kinetics now. 215-999-3000. Would you just call QC Kinetics? Call them today. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do you feel like you're always looking for another energy boost? Then try Rescue Orosine from Rescue Natural Supplements. As we age, our bodies don't tend to produce enough natural fuel to get rid of that stubborn feeling of fatigue. Well, Rescue Orosine provides just that. Orosine helps by boosting energy production at the cellular level while also supporting a healthy heart and blood pressure. Right now, our exclusive radio listeners can buy 1 bottle of Orosine, get another one free. Just use the code FUEL when placing your order. Call today, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Make sure you mention the code FUEL, F-U-E-L, when you call, or use the code at the online checkout. Again, use the code FUEL when buying a single bottle of Orosine to receive a second bottle free.
You're out of breath. Have a constant dry cough that won't go away. It could be interstitial lung disease. ILD is rare, but it's serious. It can be the fight of your life. And you can't face the fight of your life if you don't know you're in it. Ask your doctor. Find a pulmonologist. Get answers. There's hope. There's help. But don't wait. Go to lungsandyou.com/fight ILD.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today. You may be glad you did.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
The Securities and Exchange Commission regulates our nation's Wall Street firms, and their top attorney exposes one of the many hidden threats to your 401k and mutual fund accounts in the stunning documentary film, The Baby Boomer Dilemma.
My name is Edward Siddell. I'm a former SEC attorney who has pioneered the field of forensic investigations of pensions and retirement plans. 0.5% or more a year in excessive fees causes your average American worker to have maybe 60% what they would have in their 401k balance had they been in lower cost mutual funds.
Learn how to eliminate market risk and fees from your retirement future. Reserve your seat for the next private screening of The Baby Boomer Dilemma at the William Penn Inn on September 12th. Registration is required. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Volvo Finance, in concert with Cherry Hill Volvo, is offering lease and cash bonuses up to $2,500. Purchase or lease a new XC40 or XC90 through Volvo Finance and through Cherry Hill Volvo and receive this additional bonus along with the aggressive pricing already posted on our Cherry Hill Volvo website. This is a special offer and it is not to be missed. Volvo Finance and Cherry Hill Volvo and you, a perfect partnership.
Kayal and Company mornings. Rich Cioli afternoons. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everybody.
It's Kayal and Company, straight up 9 o'clock. Wednesday morning, final hour is upon us. Great to have everybody in. Tony Bruno apparently took one of Robin's Adderalls this morning before the show. She just sent me a text saying, I think Tony took the wrong pills. Because Bruno just took a flamethrower to the Democrats, the Republicans, politics in general.
Yeah, by the way, if you're just tuning in now, go back on the Odyssey app to the 8:32 segment on the rewind feature to hear that. Or if you're watching it right now on YouTube, you can. I think you can go back, right?
Yeah.
Also, we're like 20 away from 200, so please hit the like button so we can get to 200. Thank you.
That's correct. Tony gave his thoughts on Trump in Georgia, Jim Kenney, Larry Krasner, masks, crime in the Bay Area, and also made sure that Dawn Stensland was following him on Twitter.
Tony Bruno Nation.
That is correct.
I don't know who. I might have been following. There's so many Tony Brunos.
I know. He's got a lot of troll
I was following some random guy from Illinois. No, I don't even think it was a troll.
No, it's the other Tony Bruno.
It was the other one.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. He lives in the Chicago suburbs.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
There you go. So we got a lot of good stuff to get to here. Dawn's Big Three coming up in about 15 minutes. The morning mystery movie clip at 9:20, and we've got part 2 of the cut sheet. But obviously, some big stuff we did early in the first hour and a half of the show. If you missed the big take this morning, that was focused on Vivek Ramaswamy. He's obviously an ascending star, and you can't just look at polls, but very impressed with him. Also, the story about Christie in New Hampshire surpassing Ron DeSantis in polling numbers. Very interesting there. And then we also broke down a lot of the fallout of Trump in Georgia. Alan Dershowitz offering up his opinion on all 4 cases and how they will all conclude and wrap, hopefully, and what the strategy is pre-election. If you missed any of that in the first 45, 50 minutes of the show, you can go back and get that. And then we also broke down, because a lot of it gets confusing after a while. These indictments add up, charges add up, potential years in prison add up, who's the prosecutor, what the charges are specifically. New York Post with a great breakdown of all 4 criminal cases, how many counts, how many years, and everything that you need to know kind of in bullet point fashion. So if you missed any of that, go back and consume that. But I thought yesterday, number one, Stalker would be very proud. I watched The Five for the first time in close to a month.
Wow.
I have not been watching a lot of news. So it's news and social media I'm trying to stay away from, which is probably why I sound more dumb. But anyway. But maybe the show's been more entertaining. Dumber. Yes. Thank you. Speaking of that.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
But I have to play you these 2 clips because I think, one, legally with Trump, like we've heard from Jonathan Turley, we've heard from Alan Dershowitz, and I know she's a TV personality, talking head now, she's a character, but she's been in the battles in the legal field for a long time. So I'm going to play you Judge Jeanine in a moment, and then also from just the emotional side of things, we're going to give you the legal and we're going to give you the emotional from Gutfeld, who had an epic meltdown yesterday in response to Harold Ford Jr. But let's play Judge Jeanine first. There's a couple of interesting issues at play here when it comes to the actual legal charges against Trump. Take a listen. Here was Judge Jeanine yesterday breaking it down for you.
Here's my concern. Look, there's an issue that has to do with preemption, okay? And the truth is that we've got Jack Smith, the special counsel in Washington, who's already indicted Trump for attempting to unlawfully overturn an election. And in that indictment are several references to the Georgia statute, specifically Section 10B, 12A, 21ABC, 21 through 33. And what does that tell you? Why am I blathering on about that? What it tells you is that the feds have already indicted him for this. She then, as a local DA, is precluded from going forward with her own indictment. It doesn't work in the reverse. But when the feds come in, the local can't follow up and say, I'm going to indict him too. No, you can't. There are procedural issues. And then there's collateral estoppel, which is another legal term that I apologize for, if in the event there is a conviction or a plea that would prevent him from being tried in state court on the very issues that Jack Smith used in his indictment. Now, let me say a couple things. This all has to do with Donald Trump's state of mind. The issue is it criminal to pursue the legal means to disagree with an election result? And if that's true, then Stacey Abrams, Hillary Clinton, Bush v. Gore. Let's talk about the lawyers in Bush v. Gore. Didn't they have meetings with lawyers and say, did we get this many votes in that state? Did we get this many? What about those hanging chads in your county? Should we make all of those meetings illegal and part of a conspiracy? And by the way, the RICO statute, that's just theater. That's just a bunch of theater in the midst of politics and a legal thing.
So let me work my way backwards from that. So she doesn't seem to think that the RICO thing, we were talking about that yesterday, and that always seems to carry a certain negative connotation. It seems a little bit scary, the most serious of the felonies, racketeering. So in her legal mind, from her expertise and her standpoint, she thinks that's more theater than anything. I'll defer to her on that. It doesn't seem like it's a great thing to be hit with, in my opinion. And then she starts talking about the state of mind. I think the state of mind is interesting because yesterday we framed it when we talked about, when you look at Trump, when we played you that phone call from January 2nd, where he was looking for votes and he said 11,700, whatever it might be. And we said, okay, well, is he trying to challenge that, which in that case is his right, or is he attempting to defraud? And we broke that down for you. That was courtesy of Jonathan Turley, who really highlighted those two words. Challenging, okay. Defrauding, no good. So that comes down to the jury. But then the state of mind. And I've always found this fascinating, and I don't want to get real deep in the weeds because I don't want people to drive off the Schuylkill and crash. But how do you get into and know somebody's state of mind? You can be presented evidence, physical evidence, verbal, visual, whatever it might be. And I guess it's open for interpretation. But, we've heard, various accounts of, no, Trump was told he didn't win. But whether he was told he won or didn't win, or ultimately, if this really comes down to his state of mind, I would think that has to play in favor of Trump and the defense. Because, again, you just need one person to sit there and have the belief that, well, I believe that Donald Trump's state of mind was he was doing what every other politician says. It's where are the votes at? It's not like he was saying. So I think when you hear, and that audio phone call that we played for you yesterday, I'm assuming that'll be played in court, and that'll be a very powerful piece of evidence for everybody to make up their own mind on. So
it's the Clinton defense.
Yeah.
It depends on what the definition of is.
Correct.
It's going to be, if they're basing all of this, and I'm assuming they're not, but if they're basing all of this off of that phone call, boy, that's not super airtight.
It's not a winning case.
No.
All right. That's a great point. And then I want to go from the legal to the emotional, because I think that's where a lot of us, the reality is all that matters is the facts, and the facts. But emotion and the way you feel about somebody certainly carries a lot of weight. And they were having this conversation in the opening segment yesterday. It was Judge Jeanine, Dana Perino, Harold Ford, the Democrat, who I typically like because he's not excessively left. If anything, he's been the left tries to say that he's like a closet Republican. So it's a very interesting dichotomy with that. But he says something that triggers Greg Gutfeld here. And Gutfeld's usually, the short, funny guy trying to throw in cheap jokes. But he lost his mind yesterday and he cursed on live TV. We bleeped it out for the sake of radio. But take a listen to Gutfeld's response in regards to whether or not Trump deserves the treatment he's receiving.
But you don't think this is totally over the top as a jet for? Even when everything you say makes sense, except it's all bullshit. It's all nonstop. We know this is designed to banish and isolate and to destroy a political outsider. Who predicted this? Chuck Schumer. Remember, said, don't mess with intel agencies.
So right.
Don't mess with the intel agencies. They'll arrest your team and keep it off the field.
Do you not think he's done anything to deserve any of this?
He is probably one of the most troubling, consequential figures in history. But no, he doesn't deserve any of this.
That's about 37 seconds there. And I wish that would have came out of my mouth because I agree with all of it. I mean, think about this. We played you the clip on this show from Schumer years ago where Schumer basically issued the warning sign. You can only go so far before you mess with us and you mess with the establishment, and the establishment has a good record and they're going to hit back. Now, you can sit here and argue about what extent Trump deserves whatever it is, but the fact that you have this guy being hacked at the way he is from this establishment, and then the question, does he deserve it? Like, okay, what's the old adage? Well, if you poke the bear, eventually the bear is going to bite. Okay, but it is interesting the way he frames Trump there. He's one of the most troubling, he's going to go down as the most scrutinized, lightning rod political figure in the history of politics, honestly. And forget American politics. Globally, I mean, is there anybody that even comes close to when you say the words Donald Trump that elicits an emotion from human beings in politics? What's the closest? Nixon?
No.
Clinton?
Yeah.
Bush? Obama? I don't know that there's anybody close. And I thought that was right there where, and, look, I'm not stupid. It's TV. It's performance. I got it. But there's a big segment of the population out there that loves Donald Trump, that what Greg Gutfeld just said right there rings home to a T. Mm-hmm. And I think, Dawn, you would agree, correct?
Agreed.
I mean,
yes.
I try not to take it overly serious because I used to get criticized in sports. I'm like, dude, it's a quarterback, it's a coach. It's not, at the end of the day, ultimately, my health, my family, that stuff's what matters most. But I'm obviously going to say this. Politics means more than sports because it really does impact our lives on a daily basis to some extent. But this is the way Republicans feel about the whole system the last couple of years. And Dawn, you said this yesterday. He didn't create the MAGA movement. He answered it. And, I mean, that's where we're at today. Here we are, 9/13.
I think for anybody who says, oh, I hate Trump or I hate all of these people, so how does it affect me? If they're doing this, and this is not the first time, but if they're politicizing, going after political enemies, and we've seen them do it. I mean, even Mark Houck got caught up in that. We've seen people, and he's a local pastor, but it was the pro-life issue. So whether they're going after people in Bridgegate, whether that was overturned, we've seen the Virginia governor who spoke out yesterday on Fox News to Hannity, whether it's now Trump or whoever, they're coming for you. They're going to do the same thing to you based on your politics. We've heard allegations that the IRS was going after conservatives. We should say enough of this nonsense. No matter what your politics, this does affect you. And by the way, who do you think pays for all of this at the end of the day?
Right.
We pay for it.
Right.
And what are they not taking care of? Look at Georgia and Atlanta, they're high crime. What are they not taking care of? But they're focusing and being distracted by all of this instead of serving us, we the people.
Mm-hmm.
So knock it off.
Well, it's just, honestly, I try to be as objective as possible, but without being like a total fit. I've pivoted away from DeSantis. I've always been a Trump fan, but I'm not a Trump apologist. I don't treat Donald Trump like he's my dad or my son. He's a politician. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, it's not so much about Trump because Trump's going to be here and Trump's going to be gone. Donald Trump will be here in 2016, in 2020, in 2024, perhaps in 2028, but life will go on. Civilization will exist. The Republican Party, in theory, should last past Donald Trump, but it's the precedent that the establishment and the media are setting here with the attacking and look, politics have always been divisive, but never to this front. But that's because you've never had a guy like Trump before. Well, maybe you needed a guy like Trump, to come in and rattle the cages a little bit. But it's like moving forward, you might have, and this is where on both sides, quality candidates might be overlooked. Like DeSantis might actually be a really good candidate. He's totally overshadowed by Trump. There might be a Democrat out there, whether you agree with him or not, that could be a very good political figure. But if he's not woke enough and if he's not super left and super progressive enough, he might not end up winning a nomination for the party. And I get it. Everybody goes to their corners, and we have the extremes, and that's what sells, but that also divides the country from a unity standpoint. It's just like we're at a point now where it's just all the way this way or all the way that way, and you wonder, okay, well, I was always told the pendulum will always swing back to the middle. Do you see it swinging back to the middle anytime soon? I don't.
No, and to your point, why is it that we have to wait for one party or the other to get in power? For example, we talk every day pretty much about the House Ethics Committee, what they're looking into, or the Judiciary Committee, because Republicans now have the majority and can lead those and have subpoena power. So why don't we, the people, say, hey, why is it that we can't call for transparency, subpoena power, and investigate? Why can't we just call for investigations no matter which party's in power? Why can't we say, no, we want the cameras showing in Congress. We want all those cameras. We demand that transparency. I think we have to start doing that as well and getting smart and not allow ourselves to be played by either party, because obviously they're fundraising on both sides off of all of this.
Sure.
But I just think to myself, wow, to do this at this level, to take the leading, Trump, the latest polls again, way ahead, and the leading contender against Biden, for somebody to be allowed to go after a political opponent, even the appearance of this is very bad it's bad for democracy, right?
Yeah. Yep.
They got to stop.
I agree. Where's Andrew Yang when you need him? I'm joking. 855-839-1210, the number. The Morning Mystery Movie clip is about 5 minutes out, and also a groundbreaking study that shows being barefoot and walking around barefoot outside is good for your health. So all of you fanatics with sandals out there in Kayal's camp, you're doing the right thing, and we have the science to prove it. But before we get to that, let's get to Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9:30.
It's the Big Three at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And we are sponsored in the Big Three at 9 on this Wednesday, August 16th, by Piazza Premium Automobiles. So 2 suspects in New Jersey as police seek 2 suspects in 2 different cases. Still in Cape May, police are trying to find this woman wearing a white dress, releasing new video of this lady who chucked a skee ball, this heavy, hard wooden ball, while she was caught on camera arguing with somebody, tossing the skee ball into the back of the head of a child. So they continue to search for this woman and release that video. No word on the level of injuries of this child, who did suffer some serious injuries, obviously head injuries. So they want to know, who was this lady? What was going on in that arcade? And as well in New Jersey, we now have a police sketch being released of another suspect. And this is one that's a bird. They're blaming a bird for dropping a fish on a transformer and causing a power outage.
John Fetterman actually knows what kind of bird it was.
Eagles!
It was an eagle. Sorry.
The fish landing on the transformer caused it to explode, knocking out power for many hours. It's believed the bird dropped it while flying overhead. Maybe it just likes its fish fully cooked, like Tony Bruno fully cooks the chicken.
Yes,
I don't know.
I know. How do you like your tilapia, Dawn?
So they actually had this tongue-in-cheek news release. They named the fish Gilligan, asking residents to be on the lookout for the bird. Please let us not forget the victim in this senseless death of the fish. Gilligan, a hardworking family man. He was a father to thousands of children. So this was their face. It was tongue-in-cheek.
Aww.
I'm grateful that they can, release Sayreville in New Jersey, but it was kind of a fun little story.
Very good.
About the fish and the bird feathered suspect.
There you go.
Chris Forsyth on the YouTube chat said he still wants a Kayal and Company skee ball championship.
Ooh,
wow!
I would love that.
Yeah, there's so many marketing. Is sales listening?
Yeah.
Is anybody?
No, it's Wednesday. It's a nice Wednesday.
Rob isn't. They're right there in the conference room.
Uh-oh.
Plotting a new morning show.
No,
they love us, darling.
I think we could do that. I was pretty good with the old skee ball back on the days of the Jersey Shore boardwalk.
You're not left-handed, are you?
No, I'm right.
Okay.
Right.
Anybody left-handed on the show? No.
Left-handed and right-brained, like Meg Brock.
That's her profile.
I know, I love that.
That's pretty charming.
Number 2 in the big 3.
Wait, hang on. We're 6 likes away from 200. Please, if you're watching on YouTube, please hit the like button so we can get to 200 likes. Thank you. Sorry,
sure.
we're in the middle of a segment. I'm sorry.
We need 7 of you. Sorry. So it's an odd.
By the way, I'm spilling
make him crazy.
I'm spilling my bucket today, folks. There's no way I can live up to today's show tomorrow. Just so you know, I've given you everything I have. I will leave here completely exasperated.
We want more.
This is all you get. This is all I have.
Well, how would you like to earn $100,000 a year for just 50 days of work? That's the headline in the Inquirer right now. They're
so what's the headline?
The headline is want to earn $100K per year for 50 days of work.
We call that the Zioli plan.
Not true. No,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to start any radio wars. I know. Nobody wants that around here. I got you.
Mama Zioli's going to get you.
That's awesome.
It's also the Dianne Feinstein settlement program.
Well, now you're getting closer. You're getting warmer. The next line is get elected to Pennsylvania's legislature. So the Inquirer taking aim at the fact that Pennsylvania has the largest full-time legislature in the nation, and lawmakers, they say, the third highest paid in the nation, despite only being in session for about 50 days per year.
What a good life. A good life if you can have it.
Well, I would love to know if they're going to take aim at the legislature, why don't we take aim at City Hall?
Yeah.
How much do all of the officials in City Hall make? And then some of their aides make $100K per year.
Yep. I've actually we have this, but we'll get to it tomorrow. There are actually 19 individuals in federal government that are 80 years or older.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to give you that story. We're going to go through the names tomorrow. It's going to be a great exercise.
And speaking of, talking about the economy, money, Nick Kayal has talked a lot about Target, right, and what happened with them and Budweiser and so on. So looking at Target Q2 second quarter sales, they say they're explaining things. Well, they were hit by inflation and a negative reaction by some customers with that widely publicized on social media to its Pride lines.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Oh, of course. Yep.
Reporting weaker than expected sales for its fiscal second quarter. Remember, May, you had done, I think, a big take. You had talked a lot about the fact they lost in just 6 days a ton of money, billions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
So hitting those maybe suburban moms who don't quite like some of the Pride wear and tucking it in onesies for babies or whatever.
Just sell your product.
Yeah. Amen to that. So Target talking about that one, and that's in the news with retail sales. Oh, and by the way, Target also blamed the end of the student loan moratorium.
Oh.
Yeah, because I guess they're saying one-time college students had a little more financial breathing room, so they're blaming that one.
Uh-oh.
I just got a text from one of our salespeople. He says, "I'm out selling, unlike you people yucking it up." Is sales listening? Yeah, we're listening and working, trying to sell. There we go.
Golf deal.
So
the key word there was trying.
Yeah.
So until you get it done.
Yeah.
It doesn't count.
You better hope we continue to yuck it up on the radio, okay?
Yeah.
Because
I'm tired of paying $72 for a round of golf. What do you think I am, a morning host and I can afford it?
Well, speaking of that, it brings us to, and we love our sponsors, but we have a lot of love for Piazza Premium Automobiles, right? Discover the luxury of the Mercedes-Benz lineup, including the mid-size GLC SUV. Oh, this is a beautiful thing. And the fully electric EQ models you can test drive today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and now Atlantic City, where the air show gets underway in just a couple of hours. Beautiful sunny skies if you're heading to the AC Air Show, or if you're heading to AC to check out Piazza Premium Automobiles. Thank you for being our sponsor of our Big 3 at 9.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:24 on this Wednesday morning. Let's give something away with our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Barry, I will give you $1,000 if you say it right now.
$1,000? Barry, your friend is a high roller.
You are hiding something.
Wait a minute. No, wait. Can we just stick to the issue at hand?
Oh, you almost had me. But you cannot declare offshore investment losses against future capital gains. Any child knows that.
I'll have to ask my accountant about that.
Think you know what it is? They call it 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
How does a 4-pack of tickets to the Battleship New Jersey in Camden, New Jersey sound? If you can identify that clip, caller 12 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Your hint, that actor turns 60 today. We'll see if we can identify that clip. And also, if you like walking around outside barefoot, and it's actually beneficial. We'll give you those details, that story, when we come back here on Kayal and Company on a Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Chip Snapper's trying to figure it all out. Let's talk to him. Hello, Chip.
You can always tell the kids from Kensington on the beach in Wildwood. They build them sandcastles and then they board them up with popsicle sticks.
Hire Joe Conklin for corporate events.
We hired Joe for our sales meeting, and he was hilarious. He had everyone cracking up laughing.
Pick your next event up a notch. Hire comedian Joe Conklin. Go to joeconklin.com.
GoGo.com! Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again Sunday afternoons at 4, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHC. Are you struggling with things like fatigue, body aches, headaches, brain fog? You may be living with Lyme disease. And this may be true even if you have received antibiotics or your Lyme test was negative. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the healthcare team at Innovative Medical Associates have used medical hydration therapy to help hundreds of patients to reduce symptoms often associated with post-Lyme disease syndrome.
I want to get you through your initial challenge, working alongside with my physicians, and then get you to a place where we are looking at maintaining your immune system, maintaining your quality of life.
Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Don't take shots just to lose weight. NJ Diet's typical results are twice as fast without any of the side effects. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, the natural way. Go to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-723-5330. That's 1-800-723-5330. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-723-5330.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Angie makes it easier than ever to connect with skilled pros to get your home projects done well, from repair to remodel. Get started on the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital.
Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 9:31 Wednesday morning. Good to have all of you in here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube or also on social media at 1210 WPHT at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Poker Triple J55 says in regards to the Bruno segment,
Love their work.
I had no idea where that went, but I couldn't stop laughing for 20 minutes.
It's true. It's good.
Time does fly by.
8:32 if you're listening on the Odyssey Rewind, on the Odyssey app.
Right.
Go back to the Rewind feature and go back to the chapter. It says Tony Bruno in the chapter, but it's 8:32 to be time-stamped.
That's correct. What's on the cut sheet part due in about 5 minutes. What's on tap for the Dawn Show and who won Twitter today. All still on the way. This is from the Wall Street Journal, so this is pretty interesting. And the headline reads, "Grounding fans stand outside barefoot for wellness. I feel like an oddball, but if it works, it works." So this is interesting. Now, as somebody, I try to be objective and fair. I wear sandals. I wear flip-flops. I gave you the story a week or so ago about those people that wear those types of footwear in the city. You could get all these, bacteria on your feet and your toes, and it could work against you, and it could be bad. Well, apparently there's the positive side, and I did not know this was a thing, but apparently grounding is becoming a thing on social media, which maybe if it's happening on social media, you shouldn't do it. But the Wall Street Journal with this story, and grounding is what proponents call the process of connecting to the Earth's natural electric charge, often by physically touching it or connecting to the grounding system built into most United States homes. The wellness practice is gaining, ground, no pun intended, among alternative health fans who claim that it cures headaches, it helps them sleep, it will reduce inflammation, and some go basic by simply standing barefoot in their backyards. Others try to do it and be more complicated with do-it-yourself approaches to maximize time spent grounding even while indoors. There are many people, including Luis Rios, who is a pilot based in Los Angeles, who does grounding. Also known as earthing, which helps ease joint pain in the knees after long flights. He mostly does it outdoors with his feet touching the ground. And then another individual, actually, you can buy these mats, apparently. One individual who is 30, a model and freelance graphic designer, purchased a $30 earthing mat, which comes with a cable, which you can plug into the bottom hole of any of a three-pronged outlet. Now, I got to tell you, as somebody that's been known to have a headache from time to time, I might take this up. I might actually go out in my little courtyard and walk around barefoot for a half hour today. And instead of going to the gym or sitting by the pool, I'm just gonna ground myself.
I walk around barefoot all the time.
Me too.
I love it. I actually hate wearing shoes.
Well, so do I.
I absolutely hate wearing shoes.
Which is why I wear flip-flops.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
So it's interesting when you do these all, and I'm all for this type of stuff. I like chiropractors. I like massage. I like I've had acupuncture done before. I like a lot of that stuff that doesn't even involve pills or medicine and prescriptions, as well as bourbon. But I might really try to take this up and see if I notice any difference. My guess is, as somebody that's skeptical on a lot of things, this will be a complete waste of time for me.
Yeah.
And I won't feel the results or the impact. But I figured I'd throw that out to the audience for those foot minimalists out there.
There you go.
I think part of this is it's not just the fact that you're barefoot in a vacuum. You're outdoors. You're walking in the grass. Maybe you're out walking with another person. Maybe you're walking, like, they can't get me out of the yard. They're all, you know what I mean?
Right.
I'm in the yard. I'm with the dog. You're unplugged generally.
Yeah,
you're not on your phone.
You and Buddy out back in the yard barefoot together.
Let's go out here.
Yeah, you take him out for a dumperoo around 2 in the morning. Don't put your shoes on.
But, I think there's something to that. I mean, we still are animals. It's something primitive, but I think it's de-stressing and you're unplugging. And so I think it makes sense to me.
Yeah, just be careful not to step in any of Buddy's business when you're done, because you'll be barefoot.
By the way, can I do a little piece of business here for a second?
Of course. We love business.
Daniel, hop on the mic. Are we censoring people's comments?
Oh, no.
On the YouTube chat?
No.
Who's been
I don't know.
Did
YouTube.com.
RFK get in there?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Let's Go Brandon says no word on why posts are being censored in here.
Nope, not doing it.
Yeah, I didn't think you were. I mean,
so who would be doing
people
it?
are horrible to us, so I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, to me, not to you two, just to me. So, and I see those, so I would assume that we're not.
I would say if you think you're being censored, then present your evidence.
Yeah.
But if it's not Greg, then who?
Well, Greg doesn't control the chat. Daniel does.
Yeah.
So
or Daniel.
I don't even go in it. I don't even look at it.
You shouldn't.
I know.
It's good.
Yeah.
I'm
trying to do a radio show.
I know, exactly.
I don't have time for that.
Exactly. But you're not, Daniel? You're not censoring anybody? Or
The only time I would censor someone if it's like a personal direct attack on someone.
I would say
like
let them
what?
come. Let them keep coming.
It's okay, yeah.
Where's Dorenzo at? Is he? He's being awfully quiet. Is he the one? We haven't heard Dorenzo. You back there, Dorenzo? You canceling people?
I don't have the microphone.
He's lobbying for a spot in the Democratic Party.
Stop.
Well, there was one time where people were like threatening to come to 2400 Market, so I was like, yeah no.
Yeah. Let somebody threaten me. See what happens.
I mean, we have armed guards downstairs, literally. So like, it's fine.
We do?
Yes.
Y'all ever heard that phrase? F around and find out.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. Hey, how about this? We have a winner. Before we get to part 2 of the country, I didn't think we were going to get a winner because I had no idea what that movie was. But then again, I missed half of them anyway. Let's go to Thad. He's in Chester Springs, and I think he's our winner this morning. Thad, what's going on? What clip did we play for you 2 days ago?
It was Dinner for Schmuck.
Yeah. Nice work, pal. Nice
That was
work.
a tough one.
That was very tough.
Yeah.
Dorenzo, that's why he's being quiet. He knew he put up a tough one for us.
Yeah.
Thad, congratulations. You got your tickets, the 4-pack of tickets for the Battleship New Jersey in Camden.
Awesome. Thank you.
You got it. There he is. Thad, very grateful to have the tickets. Nice guy right there. Thad, short for Thaddeus, I'm thinking.
It's a name you don't hear too much lately.
No. Last time I heard
That
Thad
was
was when he was a Sixer.
That was like an 80s, that's like an 80s rich guy name. Thad,
Thad was also the quarterback for Polkai. And Married with Children.
Oh, my Lord.
And here's
Oh,
the
no,
here's
please.
the tie-in.
Oh, boy.
Here's the tie-in.
Okay.
Remember the episode where they have the rematch of the high school football game, and I was
does.
like, oh, guys like Thad never change.
And
Thad comes back. He comes back as a woman.
He's a freaking woman.
He had a transition.
Yep.
This has been happening since 1992. We're just catching up to it.
Thad is a freaking woman.
That is a woman, and he still throws a mean right hook. All right, 9:38. It is Wednesday morning. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. These comments on YouTube are people are vicious. What's on the cut sheet part 2 are sponsored by Wawa. Wawa's newer chargers are energy drinks for everyday doers. Whether you're going out or staying in, power through your day with a new handcrafted iced or frozen Wawa recharger. Gotta have a Wawa. Thank you, Wawa, for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet part due on this ever important Wednesday morning. Rudy Giuliani, we're talking about the RICO case. And for those of you who don't remember, Rudy Giuliani, I think, almost invented the RICO case because he tried mobsters in New York City.
Yeah.
Back in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
He was on with Eric Bowling last night on Newsmax discussing the RICO charges that he's one of the 19. And this is what he said.
This is a ridiculous application of the racketeering statute. There's probably no one that knows it better than I do, probably some that know it as well. I was the first one to use it in white-collar cases. But in major cases like the Boesky case and the Milken case, this is not meant for election disputes. I mean, this is ridiculous what she's doing. Also, I don't know if she realizes it because she seems like a pretty incompetent, sloppy prosecutor. I mean, what she did yesterday with that indictment is inexcusable. If she worked for me, I'd have fired her.
Sloppy. I don't know. Maybe she's part of the Christie camp. Who knows? But yeah, you're right. When you hear RICO, you think white collar crime. You think of money. You think of enterprise. Yeah, you think of. I mean, you heard, and this was Alan Dershowitz, a quote. He said that you're taking a lot of untested, very weak legal theories and trying to put them into practice on the biggest stage against Donald Trump. Good luck with that. We'll see how it pans out. I don't think it'll work for them.
Last night on Hannity, Alan Dershowitz, you just spoke of him, so that's where I'm going next. He says he's now up to 4 bananas on America's Banana Republic meter.
But the idea is we're all part of the United States, and we have one rule for Democrats, one rule for Republicans, one rule for Martha's Vineyard, one rule for Nantucket, one rule for Georgia, and you cannot start making crimes out of things that the Democrats did. Tilden Hayes, John Kennedy election, 2000 election, 2016 election, Jamie Raskin gets up and does some of the same things. These are political actions that the Constitution prefers us to take rather than going out on the streets and rioting. We're supposed to go to court. We're supposed to go to Congress. You can't make those things crimes, and you can't expand the RICO statute to now include political objections. That just, on my podcast, I give bananas every day. I was up to 2 bananas, sort of Banana Republic. I'm now up to 3, maybe even 4 after this indictment.
All right, so we know Alan Dershowitz has plenty of potassium. I'm a 1 banana a day kind of guy in the morning on the drive in. But in all seriousness, I mean, we're talking about creating crimes that were not crimes before, expanding the definition of certain. I mean, you're literally. I mean, if you don't read through the lines here and see what's going on, then I think you're very biased or just completely lost. But speaking of calling out, elections and saying they were stolen, as he mentioned there in the beginning, Democrats have been doing this forever, and we've given you montages in the past. But let's just give you like a 30-second, 60-second version here of somebody who knows what it's like to lose a lot of elections and then go out and say they were stolen and never have her feet held to the fire. Here is Stacey Abrams.
I do have one very affirmative statement to make. We won. But I didn't lose. I got the votes. But we won't know exactly how many because of how they cheated. I did win my election. I just didn't get to have the job. We were robbed of an election.
Using the word rigged, using the word steal, do you think it's dangerous going into 2020?
I don't, because we can actually back it up. And so in response to what I believe was a stolen election, and I'm not saying they stole it from me, they stole it from the voters of Georgia. In fact, someone outside asked if I'm ever going to concede. The answer is no.
This is not a speech of concession. Because concession means to acknowledge an action is right, true, or proper. And I will not concede because the erosion of our democracy is not right.
People lose. Thank you, ma'am. They're going to steal your election. It was not a free and fair election. I think the election was stolen from the people of Georgia. I believe it was stolen from the voters. Thousands of Georgians had their voices stolen because they were not able to cast ballots. And they cannot be guaranteed that their votes will be counted in 2020 if we don't do this right.
If what happens to you happens nationally, and we see whoever wins the Democratic nominee, if they say, actually, I can prove that there's a number of votes in every state and that the same thing that you just described happens in multiple states, should they concede?
I do not think we should concede an election until we know the results of an election. I still fundamentally believed it could be fair. And that's just not how life works. If it looks like it's cheating, it probably is. If it looks like it's rigged, it probably is.
Wow.
Sounds like a kid who can't take the loss on Xbox. You cheated. So she said stolen, robbed, rigged, cheated. Those are okay. If that comes out of a Republican's mouth, it's a threat to democracy. We just got to make sure everybody knows the rules, folks.
So true.
We were discussing whether we think Trump will show up at the debate next week. Next Tuesday?
A week from today.
Tuesday.
The 23rd.
Well, Wednesday. And we're all under the assumption that he's not showing up, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Mika Brzezinski from Morning Joe thinks he will show up at the debate. This is what she said on her program this morning.
He actually has that in him.
Well, it also depends on, exactly how they carry out the debate. There's going to be 8 candidates on stage. Is it going to be an actual debate, or is it going to be framed in a way where Trump can own the narrative and talk over people, talk through timelines, and it isn't a debate? It could be a great opportunity for him, given the way he likes to operate. I disagree. I think he'll show up. I also think if he tries to say, I won't go because of the loyalty pledge, that's sort of Trump saying, I don't think I'm going to be the nominee. So I'm not sure that's going to fly. I think ultimately he ends up showing up. We'll see what happens.
Well, I hope she's right from the standpoint that he does show up. And I think Fox News is hoping that she will be right and he will show up. But if he doesn't show up, it's not because of any reason she laid out there. It's because there's nothing to gain because he's so far up in the polls.
Karine Jean-Pierre was on with the CNN morning show this morning, which, by the way, nobody hears anything about because
they will now in a couple of minutes.
I believe, we love him or hate him. Don Lemon was the straw that stirred that drink because nobody talks about it now.
I know.
He was the lightning rod that everybody talked about.
So you're telling me Poppy Harlow does not move the needle?
Yeah, I don't even know who this guy is that is interviewing her.
Bob Smith.
Let me see if it says here.
Because Collins is at night and Lemon's unemployed.
Phil Mattingly. I wonder if he's related to Don.
Yeah, Phil Mattingly is the male version of Caitlin Collins.
Yeah.
He was a White House correspondent.
Yeah, I know who he is. I was making a joke.
Phil Mattingly. Yeah, he played for the Yankees in the late 80s. Had back issues.
Asking about Hunter Biden, we talk about this all the time. Karine Jean-Pierre says Biden is proud how his son is rebuilding his life.
Based on our interactions in the briefing room, I have about 3,000 questions related to the IRA in a second. But before I get to that, you guys, I know your position on the special counsel, on the president's son, on any of those related issues. But I have picked up some frustration from some of the president's advisors that it ended up in a special counsel situation. What's your read? What is the president thinking right now?
So first of all, Phil, we missed you in the briefing room. Congratulations on your moving to New York, my home city. Really excited for you. Look, you know our position, as you just stated, as you were asking this question of me. We're going to be very clear here. We're going to be consistent, as we have been throughout the past 2 years. The Department of Justice is independent. We do not comment on any criminal investigation as it relates to what's occurring with the former president, as it relates to Hunter Biden. We've been very clear. We refer everyone to his representatives. The president loves his son. He is proud of how his son is rebuilding his life. And as far as anything specific about any investigation, any criminal investigation, we just are going to be consistent and just not comment.
I do want to ask you about the Inflation Reduction Act.
The Inflation Reduction Act. The only thing worth responding to there is the fact that she says, she actually has the audacity to say that the DOJ operates as an independent organization.
Yeah.
If you believe that, I got some land I want to show you.
Thank you.
By the way, the final clip is actually my favorite clip, and shame on me for waiting till 9:50 to play this. Treasury Secretary was on on CNN, and she says she ate magic mushrooms in China, and she claims she had no idea that they had hallucinogenic properties.
This is Janet Yellen?
Yeah, Janet Yellen.
Okay.
Discussing eating magic mushrooms in China.
Okay.
No idea they had hallucinogenic properties. Cut 10 here.
You set off a frenzy because you ordered a mushroom dish that contains apparently what are considered magic mushrooms. Mushrooms that can be hallucinogenic. And so now these wild mushroom dishes are selling out at that restaurant's branches across China. You have sparked all this. May I ask you, I'm just quite curious, what was it like, the mushroom experience?
So I went with this large group of people, and the person who had arranged our dinner did the ordering. There was a delicious mushroom dish. I was not aware that these mushrooms had hallucinogenic properties. I learned that later. I can tell you.
Later, like when you were sleeping and having visions, or?
I was read that if the mushrooms are cooked properly, which I'm sure they were at this very good restaurant, that they have no impact.
Were these magic mushrooms? Do the laws of physics cease to exist on your stovetop? Magic mushrooms? Did you think you were getting portobello? She was so caught off guard by it. She was like me 5 years ago when I took that gummy on my couch and I didn't know where I was for about 2 hours. Poor Janet. Maybe that explains this whole administration.
Yeah.
Maybe they're all on mushrooms.
Can you imagine her high on magic mushrooms? I would love to see that.
I would love to see it.
Where would you? Who's the person in this administration you would love to see banged up the most? Joe, Kamala. We get Kamala banged up. She's just on something else. Karine, Alejandro Mayorkas, John Kirby.
Maybe we get better policy.
It can't get any worse. All right, there you go. That'll do it. That was a good one. I like that.
Thank you.
Actually, I'd like to see Randy Weingarten on speed.
Oh, boy.
That
speed.
really pisses me off. Could you imagine her? I mean, she spoke for 3 straight days that one time, and that was sober.
How about Jen Psaki on black tar heroin while we're just throwing out drugs?
Yes. It's the Democratic Fantasy the Banned Substance Convention.
By the way, if you're watching right now on YouTube, please hit the like button because we want to get we want to keep the likes going. So hit the like button.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
All right, we're about 8 minutes out. The Dawn Show's coming up at 10 o'clock, and we find out what she has in store.
Yeah, we have a lot in store, a lot of developing stories and some news conferences planned. This with regard to DJT Trump as well as some of his co-defendants there. We have a couple of news conferences, including the latest from City Hall and the police about this new investigation, new details into a police-involved shooting. And this just as we're hearing about police recruitment in Philadelphia and recruiting, will that impact it? So we'll have that covered for you. 10 o'clock, Todd Shepard, investigative reporter with the latest around the Central Bucks lawsuit. This is huge. The Pennsylvania budget, as well as the latest on DA Larry Krasner and crime in Philadelphia and the burbs. So we'll cover all of that with Todd Shepard. And then coming up at 11, we'll talk with Lee Richardson, who says, I guess Philadelphians, Pennsylvanians, Americans, why are they meaner? What's going on with mean people on the mean streets of America? So we've got that and so much more covered for you coming up on the Dawn Show.
And don't forget the mean tweets the mean posts in the comment section as well.
So mean.
A lot of mean people out there. All right, 9:53. We wrap it up today with Who Won Twitter Today.
Who won Twitter?
So earlier, Nick, you posted a picture of Steve Ducey with a wig on, and you said it's him wearing a Greg Stocker wig. We put I don't know, Daniel, if you can put it up on that. I didn't tell you, so if you can put it up on YouTube. Hasn't Been Sober says, is that Greg Douchey?
Douchey.
I love it. There it is. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT to see the photo. Greg Douchey. I like it.
Some stuff belong up there, but most of the time.
Not everything needs to be on Twitter.
But that picture had to be.
Hasn't Been Sober wins Twitter on this. What's today?
It's a
Wednesday. August 16th.
I wish it was Friday.
Yeah, it's not.
All right, let's just re-air today's show tomorrow. I'll see if I can try to top my performance from today. All right, I'm going to go home. I've earned a nap today because I've got nothing left. I've listened to Dawn on the ride home, and then I'm going to crash. Everybody have a great rest of their Wednesday. The Dawn Show is coming up next, and as John Fetterman would say...
Good night, everybody.
Does your knee pain keep getting worse? How about that pain in your shoulder or hip or your back? Don't let them tell you steroids and surgery are your only option. Take my advice now. call QC Kinetics. Dawn Stansland here. You know, QC Kinetics can make that pain go away with all-natural, advanced, regenerative medicine. And they're helping people here in the Philadelphia region every single day with these amazing natural treatments which restore and repair damaged joint tissue. It's like turning back the clock. Regenerative medicine uses concentrated healing agents from your own body, which stimulate that damaged tissue in your joints so they can work like they're supposed to. Zero downtime. How about that? This is a remarkable option. You need to check it out, and the consultation's free. Just call QC Kinetics now. 215-999-3000. Would you just call QC Kinetics? Call them today. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Philadelphia. The ideals of our nation were shaped right here.
And we work together to uphold them.
I'm Fred Shropshire.
And I'm Jacqueline London. This summer, let's celebrate our wins. Embrace our different perspectives.
Help our neighbors.
No idea how helpful this was.
Honor our heroes. And share the laughter.
At NBC 10, we'll always be here to tell your stories.
Count on it.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. Oh, thank you. What does it say? Beware. If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of hospitalization from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Someone accidentally fired a gun in the King of Prussia Mall. One person was hurt. Investigators now say the man shot and killed by police during a traffic stop in North Philly was inside his car when it happened. And Lionel Messi and Inter Miami beat the Union 4-1 in last night's match in Chester.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
The Securities and Exchange Commission regulates our country's Wall Street firms. In the groundbreaking documentary, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, the top SEC attorney Edward Siddell exposes how the stock market corporations in our country are legally permitted to steal your pension and retirement plans.
The stealing from America's pension funds and retirement plans globally is legal. I can disclose I'm going to steal your money in such a way that will make it very difficult for you to ever sue me about it. If you're counting on a pension being there, you've got reason to worry.
Learn how to protect your retirement income from the legal theft occurring in pensions and other Wall Street retirement plans by reserving your seat at the next private screening of The Baby Boomer Dilemma at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, September 12th, starting at 5 p.m. Registration is required. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Suicide is something that affects all of us, and we can all play a part in saving lives. Join the movement to fight suicide and to make a difference in your community by walking out of the darkness with us on Sunday, October 1st at the Philadelphia Art Museum. Help spread awareness and understanding. Send the message that help is available and raise funds for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Register today at afsp.org/PhillyWalk. That's afsp.org/PhillyWalk.
This is Matt Spiegel of 670 The Score in Chicago, and my podcast, The PBP, Voices of Baseball, is all about the art and craft of play-by-play. Catch up on episodes with Joe Davis, Joe Buck, and many more. Then something crazy happened along the way. I did a weekend of Cubs-Cardinals on the radio, so now conversations are enriched with feedback and advice from Jason Benetti, Boog Shambi, and others to come. The PBP, Voices of Baseball. I bring you the people who bring you the game. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Some are items like garden hoses, pool toys, and lawn chairs are not recyclable and best donated to charity. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter.